This is an amazing, amazing event that we're doing today. It starts now. And it's all about taking those next steps to success. And, it's been such a great road that I've had with, the music industry, podcasting, TV, and all different kinds of things. And I've always wanted to come on and talk about this and literally help people out. And if you have any questions, do not hesitate to, give me a comment down below. So it says here, how do I get on for the panel? Okay, so for the panel, we do have people that are coming on for the panel today. I'm so excited. I'm going to just give you guys their first names. Tyrone's in the music industry. We have Woo Willen, who is actually Ellen. She's coming on today. B. Clark, Emily, and Kelsey. And we're all going to be talking about a lot of different things today. And if the topic intrigues you, please stay. If it's something that you're not interested in, please share this across the board. Okay, so Ellen, what you can do is you have the link. If you have the link to get in, please, let me know if you have the link. First of all, let me know if you have the link because I'm just excited. So I'm going to go ahead and get on with this. And then, Ellen, we will get you on the panel the best way we can. Okay, so we're going to be talking about moving forward in your dream, and I want to welcome you. Welcome. All right. So the first thing we're going to talk about is procrastination. That's the biggest thing. So procrastination is going to be the big P. The big P. Okay. The big P. The big P to me is like saying, I don't feel like it right now. I'm going to go watch a movie. How can we get out of that? A lot of times we do need a break. So I'm not going to justify procrastination because that's what this is. The big P is procrastination. But I am going to say that sometimes we get burned out. We literally get burned out. We literally just are tired and we do need a break. So sometimes the big procrastination is a literal, you need a break. So you need a break. You need a break. And sometimes we need a break, guys. I'm not going to say that we don't need a break. But sometimes, and this happens a lot to me because I get to the point where I'm like, I don't want to see it right now. I don't want to do it. I don't want to see it. Who has done that? Who has gotten to that point where they're like, I don't want to see it. I don't want to do it. I don't. If you have gotten to that point, please comment below. All right, so let me see if, Ellen, do you have a link? That's going to be my question, Ellen. Do you have a link? All right, so sometimes the big P is just overworked. You're overworked. You've done it. You've reached the point of no return. You are not in the mood to do it. You are just done. But how do you get out of it when you're not done, when you're not, needing a break, when you're not overworked and you're just being, you're being a yaya, which is what I want to call it right now. You're procrastinating for real. So the biggest thing that we need to do is we need to take out a notebook. I noticed that when I'm in a procrastination state, a notebook is great because usually it's because the mind is just discombobulated. It's too much going on. So it's too much on the mind. And we need to write it down. So if we were to say that there's just too much going on in the mind and we need to write it down, this is actually going to itemize what's more important. So now that we see this, Okay. Yeah, good. Okay. Wonderful, Ellen. Thank you so much. All right. So now that we see this, okay, the big P, you need to get a break would be the first thing, because sometimes we are overworked. Sometimes it's just we are doing too much and we just don't have the capacity to do anything else. That's going to be the first thing. The second thing is going to be overworked. You've done so much. You've been working so hard all day, all week, and you truly, it goes back to I need a break. Okay, it just goes right back to I need a break. But what about the true procrastination? Now, give me a chance. During my speakers, I will be going to Facebook and all the other pages and answering questions. So if you do have a question and I don't see it, it's okay. I will get to you in a second. Okay, so too much on the mind. We need to write it down. So let's go ahead and let's erase this. We're talking about the big P, okay? The big P, which is procrastination. And if we are going to move forward, and if we are definitely going to be business minded, these are the things and the tricks that really truly work for me. I have multiple journals, and I also have created journals on Amazon, and all you have to do is just go to my page on Amazon, Yaya Diamond, and you will find some of my favorite journals that I personally use besides notebooks to actually write things down, get things situated in my mind. And how do I do that? How do I itemize to keep the big P from attacking me? How do I itemize and get this done? So the number one thing is to write down the ideas that you have in your head about what you should be doing. Okay, so we're going to write down all the ideas. This is called brain dumping. So we're going to brain dump. We're literally going to brain dump. We're going to dump all of our ideas. We're going to dump everything that we think we need to be doing on a piece of paper. So literally, you're going to get out a sheet of paper or your journal and you're going to brain dump. Okay, that's the biggest thing. And a lot of successful people brain dump. So I'm going to go ahead and check. I want to thank you guys again so much for tuning in. We have so many different wonderful people coming in today to talk to you about the music industry, about mental health, about a lot of different things. And I'm just going to go ahead and do what I do best, which is talk to you guys about how I literally organize my life. And this is a big thing. You have to brain dump. So the first thing is you brain dump. You brain dump on a piece of paper. You brain dump in your journals. You brain dump somewhere where you can actually get everything that you've been thinking about, even if it's just the minute little thing. Wash the dishes, brain dump it, and you will feel so much better later. So brain dumping is really like getting it all out of your brain so that you can actually itemize it. The second thing is, now this is the first thing, you're going to write it down, which is the brain dump, right? The second thing is now you're going to itemize it according to importance. And sorry for my handwriting, guys. I'm just trying to write and get this out. But you're going to brain dump number one. And number two, you're going to itemize it according to its importance. So literally, okay, change the baby is going to have to go on the top of the list. Wash the dishes can be a little bit later on in the day. Literally, you're going to be using dishes all day. Literally, I do this. I said, look, you're going to be using dishes all day. When you get to the point where you need to go ahead and put it in the dishwasher, go ahead, wash the pots, get everything done before you go to bed. You're good to go. So that goes on the last thing of my list. But what happens when you have a list that's so long that you can't get it done in one day? Number three, what if you have a very long to-do list? Long to-do list, and you can't get it done today. It's okay. See, this is the thing. You don't have to get everything on your to-do list done today. except for the very, very important things. And that's why you itemize. Number 2 is so important, to itemize the things that you need to get done today. If you need to turn in something today, then you have to get that done today. But let's say that the itemization is great. It's a long to-do list, right? But this is where procrastination can be beat. This is where it can be beat. So I hope everybody has this. So if you don't have this, let me know. But this video will be remaining up so that you can go back and listen to all the things that we're talking about today. So number 1, write it down, brain dump. Number 2, itemize according to importance. Like I said, the baby's diapers have to be done now, but the dishes can be done later. Okay. All right. Long to-do list. All right. So you have a long to-do list. How do you deal with a long to-do list? So this is where the biggest item that I do, the thing that I really truly do throughout the week for the big P, so that I don't get myself caught in a rut at the end of what seems to be the worst procrastination, the big P, the worst procrastination that I've ever gotten into. And a lot of times it's not procrastination. It's just I have so much to do that it's down to the last minute when I need to get it done. Okay. But this is how I do it. I write down my list on Sundays. My list on Sunday is my big P list to keep me from procrastinating throughout the week. So my list gets written on Sundays. Usually Sundays is like my day where I really kind of drill myself. What do I have left over to do between Monday and Friday? The weekend's going to come. You guys know that I'm a singer, so I'm out on the weekends. So the weekends are gone. I can't even look at the weekends, okay? So I have to get things done between Mondays and Fridays. So Sundays is going to be my day to get my list done. Now, is this a complete list? No, it's not a complete list. But it definitely is a list to get me started so that procrastination will not creep up on me. Also, I do the top 5. So the number 1 thing is writing down your list on Sunday. And the number 2 thing is it's your top 5 that need to get done today. So the top 5 needs to get done first. That's how I work it. Top 5 needs to get done first. The top 5 gets done, and then I move on and I reassess my list. Did I add anything on Monday? So Monday is when I reassessed. Because, you know, it's Monday. Everything gets kind of messed up on Monday anyway. So let's go back and let's talk about this. The big P is the procrastination. The first thing that we're going to do is kind of look at our lives and say, are we overworked? Are we tired? Is it a legitimate reason why we are pushing this back? Did we do too much? Did we overwork ourselves? If that is not the case, then we need to go ahead and brain dump, which is going to be writing it down in your journal or in your notebook, every little thing you have to do. Okay. We're going to write it all down, right? Get it out, get it out, get it out. Okay. Then we're going to assess it according to what? We're going to itemize it according to its importance. Now, this is something that you can do right now. I'm not saying Sunday's gone. Today is Monday. That's why I'm doing this, because today is a day that we're all getting started and looking at something that's going to help you throughout the week is going to be an amazing change in your life. This is the reason why I keep up with almost, I'm not going to say everything, almost everything I want to do. Because some of the stuff, by the end of the week, I'm looking at it going, why did I even write that down? What was I thinking? That's kind of part of this thing I was doing before, so I've already done it. So a lot of times we have things that we really want to do but it's a part of, like, wash the dishes and the pots and cook and clean. It's kind of already done because that's kind of like the area where you get it done, right? So the same thing with business, the same thing with podcasting, the same thing with music. You know, a lot of times you're writing all of these ideas down, but they can be grouped because once you're doing one thing, you kind of fall into doing all the rest. So look at that and see if you can itemize it underneath the group name kitchen or something like that. Okay. So then you have the number one thing after you've done that, after you've itemized everything, is to pick a day. My day is going to be Sunday. Sunday is going to be the day that I literally write my list. So every Sunday I write a list and I make sure I get it written on Sunday so that way I can do my top 5 things by Monday or even that day if I want to go ahead and get started earlier. So my top 5 things to get done is going to be there, and the remaining parts of it will be, um, set up for the next day. Or even, I might even want to do something else. It might be fun. So I want to make sure that I do that, at least the top 5, and get that done. And then the next day. So the next day for me will be Monday. I will reassess my list to make sure that I can actually totally get everything done. Because the top 5 things should already be done by the time I reassess my list. So these are just things that, and just different ways that I have actually learned to organize my life. My life is hectic. It's very hectic. It's very full, and I have interviews with all different kinds of people, and I'm so grateful for my life, but I do need to be able to itemize my life and to get it going and get it on. So we want to make sure we're doing that. So these are the reasons why procrastination can hit you, but also these are the ways how you can get procrastination to not hit you so hard. Now, I'm not going to guarantee that you're not going to procrastinate, because literally you're going to look at that list and go, that can be done tomorrow. Let's move this up to the top 5 and we're good to go. So if you have any questions or concerns or comments, I'm going to go ahead and go to some of my pages now and check you guys out and see where you're at. So let me see. I want to thank you again so much for tuning in, and for being here and for taking the time out from your day. I do have Tyrone Lowe. He's coming on. Famous DJ. He DJs all over the world, and literally I am so excited to have him on the show today. He's going to be coming on at around 3:40, 3:50, and that way we can actually get into the music industry and some of the things that happen in the music industry to see if we're right or if we're wrong about the music industry. So give me 1 second. Let me go ahead and just get my phone and get this done. So I'm going to go ahead and go on my phone and see if you guys have any questions or comments. Woo-hoo! All right. So, hello, Kelsey. How are you? I can't hear you, but I can see you. Just thumbs up. You're good. Thumbs up. You're good. Awesome. Awesome. Okay. So we have so many different wonderful people coming on today, and Kelsey is one of them. She will be talking a little bit later, but we will have kind of like a round table too to talk about things. But I did want to get her on here since she's here, and I kind of want to put her on the spot. But give me 1 second. I'm just kind of making my rounds to see if there are any questions or comments or concerns before I move forward, to make sure that I am answering all the questions that may have sneaked past me. So, okay. If I don't see your question, like I said, when we have people that come on and are talking, I will definitely go over and make my rounds so that way I can get all the questions and comments and concerns done. All right, you guys. Okay. Good vibes. Well said. Yay. Thank you, Ellen. Thank you. So, Kelsey, welcome to the show today. Thank you so much for joining me.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I really appreciate it. Sorry I was a little tardy. My kiddo's homesick from school.
No problem. No problem. You don't come on until a little bit later on today. You know that, right?
Yeah,
Awesome.
I saw that it went live at 3, so I just thought I'd
Yeah.
check in.
Just come on and let's just talk. We were talking about procrastination. I want to ask you, is there any method that you do that kind of helps you to not procrastinate?
I would say backdating with my calendar, making sure that I set times, um, you know, 90, 60, 30 days out, and then,
Mm.
making sure I set those reminders for stuff.
Wow. Yeah, because I was talking about brain dumping and a lot of different other techniques and writing it down and kind of picking a day where you can kind of itemize all the things that are on your mind and then kind of taking the top five and doing that first and then moving on and reassessing and things like that. So that's kind of cool. Wow. So I want to, before you go on today, Kelsey, go ahead and tell people what you're going to be talking about. I believe, Kelsey, you're coming on at around 6:50.
Yep. So I will be talking about my book, Face Everything and Rise. It is my uh, memoir on our 18-week abortion with our daughter, Hope, who had osteogenesis imperfecta type 2. So it's talking about the journey with writing that book, how it inspired me to start a nonprofit called From the Green Desk, and how being an entrepreneur has both been exciting and also healed me as a journey.
Awesome. Awesome. I want to thank you so much for joining us and volunteering your time. You know, there's no one being paid for this, and there's no one getting paid, and there's no one paying to join. You know, this is a completely free event, and I am just so excited to actually put this on and to have so many different wonderful people on the show today. You know, and to tell you the truth, there have been so many wonderful people here, and Kelsey is just going to be one of them that we've had that just inspire me so much to go after my goals and my dreams. What kind of advice do you give to people who want to write a book?
Let it flow, honestly. So when I was starting to write the book, I was like, how do I start it? How do I do this? How do I do that? And what I found was that if I just let my creativity flow, let my brain just go with whatever was going at the time, um, it was actually more freeing and more creative writing, and the pages would come 15 or 20 at a time.
Wow. Wow, to me that's like 15 or 20 at a time, girlfriend. What?
Yeah.
Oh
Yeah.
man. Oh man. No, 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 no. No, 15 or 20 be like more like 5 for me. But maybe
All
not,
right.
maybe not. Maybe not. So I'm going to go ahead and put you in the back. If you have any questions or if you want to say anything, during this entire thing, just kind of put your hand up and we'll see you and then we can bring you on. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Awesome. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Thank you.
So we have so many, like I said, we have Kelsey. We have so many wonderful people joining us today. And I just wanted to go over really quick another thing that we can actually do to move forward. So this is all about, and I'm going to go ahead and put up the banner again, taking the next step to success. What do we do to take our next step to success? And to me, it just makes sense to get things organized. I hate organization, guys. You know why I hate organization? Because it makes you go back and pull everything that you've done, everything that you want to do to the forefront. And a lot of times we don't want to see that. We don't want to see the mess. We don't want to see it. We don't want to look at it. We don't want to know. We don't want to know where we're faltering. We don't want to know what we're doing. So in order to do that, let's go ahead and talk about that for a second. Let's talk about bringing that mess, the mess, our mess, my mess, your mess, everybody's mess. We must bring the mess to the forefront in order to clean it. It's like it's like when you go into your kitchen and you're cleaning your kitchen. You know what I mean? You ever did the spring cleaning? Okay, so we got spring cleaning, right? Now, who hates spring cleaning? I do. I hate spring cleaning. I don't feel like pulling out all of the dishes and then getting the entire pantry and pulling it all out. And then, okay, so you get my drift, right? Everything has to come out. So in spring cleaning and business, we must pull everything out into the open and look it over. So in the spring cleaning and business, you must pull everything out. You must clean it all out. It must be cleaned. You have to look at it. What am I doing wrong? What am I not doing right in terms of certain things? Am I advertising positive? Am I moving this forward? Am I doing that? So literally this here has to be cleaned. We have to clean our businesses in order to move forward. So let's talk about how we are going to do that. How do we do spring cleaning with our business? This is going to be interesting, guys. Okay, so business spring cleaning. Now, you can do this more often if you like. This is something that you can do as often as you like. And it will, at will. It's up to you how you want to do this. However, okay, hold on a second. I got a comment. Love organization, life is runs on a list, goals and calendars. Mm. Good. But you got there. How did you get there? Tell me how you got there, Ellen. When you come on the show today, tell me how you got that, okay? Tell me how you got that. So spring cleaning for businesses is to, and I know I've already said this before, but we're going to what? No, we're not. We're going to write it down. Second thing we're going to do is we're going to get all of our accounts incoming and outgoing, so payable and outgoing. So payable to you and outgoing. Okay, payable to you or to your business and outgoing. We're gonna write all that down because a lot of times we falter. We don't even know what we're paying for. We're paying for it every month and we have no idea we're still paying for that. So that's gonna be something. Thank you, Ellen. That is gonna be something that we're definitely gonna need to do. All right, so we're writing it down. We're getting all of our accounts payable to you and outgoing accounts. Any expenses, write it down. Okay, expenses, all that stuff. We're going to write it down. The next thing we're going to do is we're going to organize it. Organize it according to what? Importance. Now, I know that sometimes people say, this is so boring, Yaya. Why are we going through this? Why? Because you know what? I needed to be reminded of this. I did. And I have my own business. Literally, I needed to be reminded that these are the things that I needed to do for my business and to get my business streamlined and on the right track. And again, this is all about business. How do we move forward in business? Well, we have to first, like Kelsey said, go back. Backtrack. So we're going to backtrack. This is all backtracking right here. This is all backtracking, writing it all down, getting it organized, finding out what's going and what's coming. Okay. Once we do that, then we organize it according to importance. Do you really need that? Do you really need that? Sometimes we have stuff we really don't need. You ever had an account that you've been paying 99 cents for that's going out every month and you find out you didn't remember you had it? Yeah, I did. So we're going to get that according to importance. Now, how do we move forward? How do we move forward and get this done? This is going to be the key, and this is what we're all going to be talking about today. How do we move forward? This is going to be the big doozy, guys. The big doozy on how to move forward. Oh, wrong word. Hold on a second. I got to get it right now. That's how we move forward. In this world of digital everything, you know who we forgot? We forgot the customer. You forgot the customer. We literally forgot that we are servicing people. Every industry is a service industry. And I'm going to prove it to you. Do you have employees? Do you have employees? How many do you have? That is your customer. Who are you? Are you the owner? Would you use your own products? You are a customer. How about the customer that comes in through the door or through your social media or through anything? That is your customer. So people that come in, customers are customers, right? No matter where they come from. But in this entire thing, everyone needs to realize that most people now are doing this. Me, myself, I. I worked in a business that all I did was I brought people to the realization that they needed help at home. And so the insurance company would actually pay the person that comes in to help them home health care, but a little bit different, where I would actually do the power of attorney and its contracts, its legal mumbo jumbo. And the company asked me, they said, how do you get 98% out of 100 people or 100% of your clients to sign over the power of attorney for the money for their insurance agencies? How did you do that? 98, I had a 98 out of 100%. 98. I mean, I might as well have had 100. It was like one or two people that it didn't really serve the justice. They just didn't need the service. It wasn't something that they needed. But I superimposed my customer and their needs over every other person, over every other subject, over the will to get them to sign so I could get paid. Because I didn't get paid if they didn't sign. But that did not concern me, so much so because I said, what are your circumstances by which you have come to me? See, people need to understand that everyone, even you, so if you wouldn't use your own product, then why are you trying to sell it to other people? If you're not going to read your own book, why write it? The customer is the reason that we do this. I do music. I sing music. I put out music. Not because I can sing. Not because it's me. I do it because I know people out there want to be happy. They want music. They want to listen to music. They want to hear things. They want to be involved with, being happy and getting away from troubles and hearing music and having that done brings me joy because I am now my own customer. Now, I know this seems kind of funny. How do we get forward in business? We get forward in business by realizing that the customer is the reason for the business. If there is no customer for your business, you have no business. And I know you've heard this so many times before, but we have to understand this is so true. If I do music, or if I write a book, or if I write a movie, that isn't in demand. There is no customer for the business, and there is no customer service for a business that has a customer. You have no business. So everything that we talked about earlier, everything that I expressed earlier, everything makes no sense. So what do we do for the customer? How can we better serve the people that are coming on your platform? Be intimate about it. So, have a podcast. Now, have a blog. Give me 1 second. There are solutions to this. Number one, create a podcast. I'm going to say do one. Do one thing. Do it really well. Don't do a bunch of different things. Do one thing and do it well. If you have a book or if you have something, if you have whatever it is, create a podcast for it. Create a podcast for it. Okay? I know it sounds funny, but you could talk about the book, the reason why you put the book through. You can have guests on your show talking about the subject and then refer them back to your book. So there's different ways to do this so that you literally can move forward. Okay? So I want to make sure that we're all on the same page here. If you have a question or comment, please don't hesitate to let me know about it. It's almost time for Tyrone to come on, but create a podcast about it. Number one. Number two, you can create a blog about it. Write your story. Take excerpts out of your book. Examples out of your book. Have guest writers talk about the subject. All right, I'm not very good at spelling sometimes. Have guest writers on your blog, okay, and have them come on and talk about the subject matter of your book. This is going to push your book forward even more. How do we get forward in business? We get forward in business by thinking about the client. What are they looking for? What do they need? What does the client need? What does the customer need? What does the customer need? What does the customer need to move them forward with your product? That is going to be the biggest question. And the answer is truly up to you. It is in your hands. This is the biggest thing that, so you have a podcast? Awesome. It's called Wow Mom. Okay, awesome. So great. Kelsey, do you have any suggestions on, what we could do to actually move forward? Have you done any of this yet?
I've created a blog. I haven't created a podcast yet. That's one of my goals for the end of March. But my blog focuses on 4 content pieces, and each week it's a different content piece. The first one is advocacy. The second one is grief. The third one is mental health, and the fourth one is being an angel mom.
Awesome.
So every single week you can expect one of those content pieces to be part of the blog, and then soon something related to that will be on the podcast.
I love it. So these are good ideas. What other ideas do you have that you haven't maybe implemented beside the podcast that you really want to do?
Something that I'm really looking forward to right now is doing narrative meditation as one of my offers. So, taking people through the steps that I went through to write my book and unlocking those levels of grief and unlocking those levels of trauma and releasing it out into the world.
Sweetness, sweetness, sweetness. I love it. I love it. Well, I'm going to go ahead and we're going to go ahead and move forward. I believe I'm waiting for Tyrone Lowe to come on right now. Kelsey, thank you so much and hang out. And you know what? I am so appreciative. Thank you to Kelsey for coming on and being a part of this and being such a cool trooper. Thank
Of
you.
course. Thank you.
All right, so we're gonna go ahead and put Kelsey in the waiting room, but I am definitely excited about this. If you have any questions or comments, please don't hesitate to actually talk to us. And he is coming on in 10 minutes. Good, I have 10 minutes to talk. So, what does the customer need to move forward with your product? That is going to be the biggest question that we all need to ask ourselves. What is it that we offer that's going to help the client decide in our favor, in the favor of what we're trying to do, and in the favor of, you know, our product, our book, or whatever it may be. A lot of times it's, you know, psychological. Are you trying to reach that emotional side? Are you trying to reach the buyer? Are you trying to reach, who are you trying to reach? That's going to be the hardest part of it, is your ideal audience. You know, do you really truly have an ideal audience? I mean, okay, so you got your blog, you got your podcast, everything is done. You've reached that, you got everything itemized, and you're just sitting there. It's like you have literally done every little thing that I've told you. You've gotten all together. Now you need an ideal audience. But what the heck is an ideal audience, guys? Okay, so for me, an ideal audience is a person that likes to, you know, move forward in business, or likes to have people talk about their dreams and their goals and be inspired by their stories. And those are my ideal audience people. So I really have a very broad spectrum. It's truly someplace that you really can't. How would I say, you really don't know who your ideal audience is always going to be. However, if you are like Kelsey, who has lost a baby to you know, a specific thing, then you're looking for mothers or women who have lost loss. It can be broad on the loss spectrum. It could be a child. It can also be your niece, your nephew. It doesn't have to necessarily be your child, because grief goes really big. It's not something that's just itemized. You know, not only did Kelsey lose a baby, but Kelsey's mom lost a baby, and her father lost a baby. Her husband or her boyfriend, they lost a baby. Somebody else is in that picture. So you just don't, it's a mother or a woman with loss, but it also is their extended family that has the loss as well. How are they grieving? How is that process going through? So this is the ideal audience for Kelsey. Now, a lot of people don't go through the ideal audience. I have, you know what, everybody talks about it, but nobody's ever itemized it like this. Have you seen it like this? Okay, so the confusion is with me is that I hate when people tell me something. Don't write it down. I am a write down person. Write that down. Let me see what that looks like. Don't tell me. Show me. Show me. So now Kelsey has an ideal audience. She's got mothers and women and families who have a loss or a child loss somewhere in there, a grandparent. So it's a grandchild now. A grandchild they've lost. Okay. It could be that they're just going through loss of maybe their older child. And the loss is the same as if they lost their baby in the beginning, because that baby is no longer here. So a loss, you know, regardless of what age, whether they were in the conception stage, it could be a miscarriage. There are a lot of people, there are a lot of women out there that are grieving multiple miscarriages. This here too would be Kelsey's ideal audience. This is the ideal audience for Kelsey. And I may be missing something, but to have some place to start is going to be amazing, and it's going to truly help the person move forward in their business and actually kind of put that all together. So Kelsey, let me ask you one more question. I'm going to bring her on the screen real quick. Did I hit it on the nail, girlfriend? Did I hit it on the nail? Is this where you're beginning?
Yes, absolutely. That's
Awesome.
definitely where we started and where we're going. And Ellen, I see you in the comments, and
Mm-hmm.
there's nothing that can describe the words of how much I empathize with you with the loss of your baby.
That's right. That's right. And my mom told me that she lost a son after she had me, and he lived for maybe a couple of hours. You don't understand. See, within that whole time frame of mothers and women's, now me, here I am. I'm a daughter who's lost a brother,
Yep. And
and
my
it
son
hurts
lost
me.
his yeah, my son
Yeah,
lost his sister.
it does hurt me because she said he smiled.
Oh,
And so to me, every time I picture her having to go through the loss of her son, seeing him smile at her, that hurts me. So the loss goes a long way. It
yeah.
goes a long way. It definitely does go a long way. Thank you. Thank you, Kelsey. I'm going to go ahead and
Yeah.
put you back in the waiting room again, girlfriend.
Okay. All right.
I could keep putting her back there, but the loss goes a long way. So the ideal audience for Kelsey is mothers, women, daughters, families, grandparents, anyone who's lost someone, a child in that retrospect. And it really doesn't really matter how old. It could be at birth. It could be they lost their life right after, like the 2 hours, like Ellen. It could be a daughter who really found out that the mom lost the kids. I mean, can you imagine, a young child going through this where they see mommy's pregnant, all of a sudden mommy's not pregnant? I mean, how do they help their child grieve? So this goes way further than just loss. It goes all the way through the family. It trickles down, and this is something that we definitely need to be aware of when we are looking for our ideal audience. So we can definitely do that. I'm going to go ahead and I thank you guys so much. We're going to take a short break, and we'll be right back. Don't you go anywhere. We're going to have Tyrone Lowe on next. Woo-hoo! Here we go, people. I am going to go over here and just grab this and get some music going. We're going to put this banner up, and we're going to go ahead and continue this show. We'll be right back. Well, I want to thank you guys so much again for being here and for tuning in to what do we do to take the next steps towards business. How do we get our business forward? We have Mr. Tyrone Lowe on the show today talking about the legends and all different kinds of things. Welcome to the show, brother. How you
I'm
doing?
quite well. How are you?
I'm doing good. Yay! We got you.
I'm quite well. I'm doing great.
Yeah,
I can't
awesome.
complain at all. I can say God is good, and he's even getting even greater in my life. So I can't complain.
Awesome, awesome. So let's go ahead and talk. You have the floor. This is for you. This is your time. I'm going to kind of back out and answer any questions that people may have during this time, and I'll be putting them up, and I'll be kind of moderating the site and the and your talk. So go ahead. I know you got a lot to say, brother.
Oh yeah, most definitely. Yeah.
Now
Uh,
Tyrone's been my guardian angel too. So I want to say just letting you guys know that Tyrone's very instrumental to this station, to everything that we do here. And without Tyrone, we probably wouldn't get much done. Just gonna say it. Thank you. All right, here we go.
well, everybody, my name is Tyrone Lowe. I wear a lot of hats. I have a show called The Legends where I interview upcoming and old school celebrities where it's actually very successful. I'm an access producer for Bronx Neck TV, and this is where the foundation of where I've actually started this thing called The Legends. I was actually a cameraman for Bronx Neck TV, and apparently somebody suggested I have my own show. So here I am, and it's been doing very well. I'm also associated with Dream Chasers Radio. It's an internet 24-hour radio station where Yaya is actually my boss, and I actually put all my mixes, and she puts all the shows there, and she does so much for me. You know what I'm saying? Now she's probably shaking her head, yeah, but she is my boss because I don't go above her. Also, I'm a video I do photography. I shoot music videos. If you see my Facebook, I'm always traveling somewhere, trying to make deals, or I'm trying to actually make things happen. And if you want things to happen, especially in the craft that you're actually involved with, don't be afraid to travel because I'm gonna tell you, the more that you put into it, the more you're actually going to get out of it. I'm also a DJ. I play for LWR, which is an internet radio station, and other stations as well, where I am a DJ that actually break records. I get a lot of tracks from a lot of artists, and they be like, "Well, Tyrone, go ahead and do your thing," and I do. And I get feedback, and I give it back to them to let them know if there's any type of response to it, which is a good thing. I think that's actually one of the I would say one of the job functions of being a DJ. You know what I'm saying? I'm also a people person. I like to put myself in a position where I'm actually a team player. If I'm with you, I'm with you. You know, if anything that's needed, necessary, automatically, immediately, ASAP, I am definitely there. You know, I love Yaya, man, because we've been, well, actually started with her mother. You know, me and Evelyn's her mother's, we're very cool. And then I adopted Yaya like my little sister because I am older than her. You know what I'm saying? But she's amazing. She's amazing. You know, and I support her in everything that we're actually doing. I actually support her. But my whole thing is that any craft that you're actually involved with, you definitely have to believe in yourself. You know, it's not for everybody. You're going to get criticism. You're going to get things of that nature where people might try to lower your esteem, but that's only because you're doing the right thing. So you just keep going. You know, you just keep going. For you guys that didn't know, I was also the engineer for the legendary group Full Force for like 20 years. And I was always like the middle type of person. I'm not an outcast type of person. I've dealt with a lot of celebrity types in and out the studio. And I can say that the years has definitely been magnificent for me. But you know, it doesn't stop there, you know, because like I tell a lot of people, you're going to get 80 and 90 years, and you want to look back at your legacy and say, well, listen, this is where I want to do. This is where I want to be. You know, my thing is that it's 24 hours in a day. You know, you go for it and try to put as much as you can into that day because time is not waiting for no one. And before you know it, it's the next day. You know what I'm saying? And you know, when you really look back at all the things that you've done in the past, that's very creative and productive. You say to yourself, well, listen, it drives you to be more encouraging to do even more. But the most important thing is don't have a selfish spirit, because it's people that make you and it's people that break you. And I feel that at this time that doing that, being that the giver that I am, it's okay if nobody responds. I'm not looking for that type of energy. It's just that knowing that God has given me the will to actually be that person where I could actually be in somebody's corner. And if you try to be selfish to the point, well, if I gave you and you don't give me, that's being very selfish. You understand what I'm saying? um I love what I do. I'm a family man. I have 5 kids, 13 grandkids, and 4 great grands. Now, that's just something that's just genetically inclined in my family. So I'm trying to encourage them to stop that a little bit. You save sex for a while. Because when Christmas comes, I'm the one that got to be shelling out my pocket. You know what I mean? So, and that's how it goes. But in the meantime, I like everybody to stay encouraged with whatever they do. Life is very short. But like I said, you're going to find people that's going to criticize you. They're going to try to actually give you shortcomings. They're going to try to lower your esteem to the point where they feel that whatever you're doing is actually rubbish. Um, don't be encouraged by those negative spirits. Just keep going ahead, and just keep going ahead, and just keep going ahead. I think that a person that, like me, I strive off that type of energy. It's like, well, he think he's yeah, I'm all that. You should feel like you're all that. You're God blessed. You wake up every morning. You look at the sunshine. You smell the air. You go through conniptions every day. You're blessed. You know how many people out there so lonely that can't even create a problem of their own. It's like, wow. You know what I'm saying? But the main important thing is that always remember through this journey that we go through as far as entertainment, recreation, and things of that nature, God comes first, then you. Never put your family in front of anyone. And then whatever you want, whatever your pleasure is after that, you can just go ahead and just pursue it. We live off of fear, loneliness, anger, pain, and pleasure. Those are my handful things of life that we all go through. I can't speak for you, but I know for sure I do. And I try to deal with all my conniptions at least a day at a time. I don't stop it. I don't let it stop me from striving ahead, because that's not who I am. I'm not going to clutter myself with the point of saying to myself, well, listen, I can't deal with that. And if I can't deal with it, I have a higher power that deals with it. You understand what I'm saying? So if anybody have any questions or anything that might be encouraging, that I might be able to fulfill them or make their day, display themselves, and I'll be happy to actually answer any questions at this moment. But in the meantime, I want you guys to check out Dream Chasers Radio, which is a 24-hour, 7-day internet radio station where we're actually putting it together, actually going to be making sense. Yaya is the creator of it. She's actually doing her thing. Um, Amazing woman. I mean, she's always doing something. Every time I turn around, she's live. That means that she's alive. You know what I mean? So, and which is a good thing. But check out this station, because we're going to be actually creating some new things on it besides just the music. Um, it's yayadiamondradio.com. So you guys just tune in, listen. I'm going to be adding some more things to it. House music. I got the baby making music, and I got the slow jams. I got the rare jams. We also have reggae for those that likes it, and we're going to be adding the jazz fusion to it. You know what I'm saying? So you guys get with it and listen to it. And enjoy. So yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yes,
So if anybody else wants to just come in and talk to me and ask me anything, feel
definitely.
free to it.
Kelsey, do you have any questions for our guest today?
Um, Not that I can think of. I'm just listening and absorbing all of the information.
It's kind of cool, isn't it?
Yeah, very cool.
And we got so many different wonderful people here, and we're going to be talking about. I'm going to go ahead and grab his station. So give me 1 second here. So he does have a station here um, on YouTube. And I'm trying to get this so that way I can just kind of get, okay, there we go. So the station here on YouTube, you had so many different people on here, Tyrone, and I'm loving it. What was it like to, start your station and get this up and running? Because this looks like something that has taken, some time to get started.
Well, apparently, like I said, I used to be a cameraman for BronxNet TV, and apparently, due to the fact that I've always been around the celebrity types DJing,
Mm-hmm.
because I did a lot of major clubs in New York City and other places back in the day, and I also um, worked for other uh, um, uh, promoters that were actually famous. So I incorporate a lot of people in my life, and also being around full force of them, actually being around people like LL Cool J and Nicki Minaj, which actually started from with Lou's son. They had a group called the Hoodsters. So being around all that, I said to myself, well, listen, everybody has a story. So I started incorporating myself. Actually, it was in the TV studio, and everybody was coming out to the TV studio, and I was doing actual, um, you know, um, broadcasting, hosting and actually interviewing everybody from D Train, Black Ivory, Tony Lee, Status 4, just to name a few, upcoming artists, and everybody has a story. It
Mm-hmm.
doesn't really, it doesn't really matter if you have a name or not. My whole thing is that you have a story that could actually inspire somebody else to be better than they are, because I
Mm-hmm.
usually ask on my show, I usually say to them, what can you do to encourage other people that's upcoming right now?
Right.
Because I say that because a lot of people that's upcoming or has been through some types of ups and downs where they feel that they don't have to set boundaries for themselves as far as degrading themselves or selling their soul. They can just go up ahead. But I love what I do is very well. I'm in the UK. I'm in parts of South Africa as well. You can catch me on dreamchasersradio.com, where Yaya actually posts my show. And I just love being a team player, like I said, because that's who I am. Success follows success, like goodness follows goodness.
Definitely, definitely. So, it is such a pleasure to have you on and to talk about the music. You have such an amazing story. How did you get started in the music industry yourself? Because, as a lot of people want to be in the music industry, but they don't know the technicalities of being in there and what they need to do to get started.
Well, actually, it takes a lot of perseverance. You have to know exactly what you really want. Um, my whole thing is that you're going to have to get out there and save some money to get your own stuff. And if you really want to start off doing what you do, get some quality stuff, something that's going to actually uh, give you a good brand as far as good sound. Um, I started off doing music because actually, at the age of 8 years old, my grandmother, which raised me, trained me to be a classical pianist, me and my sister. So
Mm.
I was actually playing piano at the age of 8. And then I met a friend of mine in Long Island, and he was like, man, you played, he said, you're a whole lot better than me because you can play. So I'm the type of artist, if you hum it, I could actually play it. So I bought my first Casio Z101, and I had a 4-track cassette player where we was actually doing tracks and stuff. And then I was just fooling around with it, but I really never thought that I would really take it to the point where I really became a professional. My professionalism has led me into be a certified engineer in the recording studios, where I was contracted to actually be an engineer in other studios as well. But if it's something that you really want to do as far as that's concerned, give just 150%. It's not for everybody.
Mm-hmm.
Because my whole thing is that if you're in it just for the money and the fame, it's not going to work for you. if you're in it for a passion, to be passionate with it, it will pay off. All that will just come to you. You understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Um, and that's what it is. And never try to actually display a negative attitude, because the same person that you display that attitude to could be the same person that can take you up to a whole different level. And
Yeah.
there it is.
Yeah, yeah, definitely, definitely, definitely. Tyrone, thank you so much. You know, I loved having Tyrone as a part of Dream Chasers Radio. And also I love the fact that, we can talk, and he has so many different amazing ideas. If I tell him anything, it's like he jumps on it so fast. I have no like, wait, don't not eat. It's I can't, so I don't tell him anything. I hope he doesn't
You
get
hang
mad at
no,
me right now, but
you holding back on me. You holding back on me, yeah, yeah. That's all right. But you know what's gonna come out in the light. And when it does, I'm gonna jump right on it. You know what I'm saying? My whole
I'm
thing
holding
is
back
my whole
because
thing is that if you're gonna be if you're gonna be a team player, be a team player. If you
yeah,
know that you got something to give it right away and get it out the way, because there's always room for something else to just go ahead and just prosper. So if you're gonna be a team player, be a team player. If you got it, give it up. And that's how it works. You know what I'm saying?
and Tyrone does that. He is not a talker. He's more like, hey, I'm like, yeah, I was thinking about this, and next thing you know, ding dong, UPS. I'm like, you gotta be kidding me.
Well,
UPS, why is UPS at my door, Tyrone?
I'm sorry, but you know what? You didn't have to pay for it. That's a good thing, and
You
it's and it's,
see,
and it's from the heart. It's
I
from the
know it
heart.
is. I
You know
know
what
it
I mean? That's
is.
from the heart. That's how people supposed to live with each other. You know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? Stuff
Yeah,
like that. But
yeah,
thank you so much, Yaya, for actually giving this opportunity to actually display
no problem.
myself on here.
So I
And
know we can get you at Tyrone Lowe, the legend, and you also have your own. And I'm going to go ahead and add this to the screen again. You also have your own YouTube channel here.
with the
Tell
title
me,
on.
right? So I mean, okay, so we have so many. You have so many different interviews here, and this is so amazing. Um, and in all retrospect, you don't just do the legends. You actually do photography, you do music videos. And I know you're kind of holding back on me right now because you can't probably remember what you do, but I need you to brag. I need you to brag. So let's go. Come on, come
What you
on.
want me to brag about? What you
I
want me
want
to
you to
brag
brag
about?
because you do so much, but
I
you've
do.
started so many different things. Okay, so photography and music videos. I mean, how did you get started in that?
Actually, I liked the photography from a young age and stuff. I had my first Kodak Polaroid, as a kid. And I had a cousin who used to live up the block, and he was heavy into photography. And he used to come to my house, hey, Tyrone, man, blah, 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 blah. I got into photography because I like the fact that it shows you how to be imaginative behind the camera, and being a cameraman at BronxNet TV, I just wanted to do that because, as you can see, my oldest shows when I was in the TV studio, I would shoot live entertainment. You know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? So that gave me the idea to go out there and actually start creating buzzes, and I bought my own cameras, and I bought my own equipment, and I said I'm just going to go out there and have some fun. But in the meantime, make some money along with it. You know what I'm saying? So, like I said, if you want something, invest. Go out there, do it. Get some contacts. Like I'm always on the plane. I'm always on the train. I'm out there just doing my thing, and I'm just meeting different types of people. And that's how it goes. When you meet one person, it opens up the door for you to meet other people as well, especially if you have a good attitude. And that's what works for me. Um, your mic is off. Your mic is off.
I said, I totally admire you and what you do, and you are definitely a doer. You're definitely a doer, and not just a speaker. You actually go out there and do it. What kind of suggestions do you have for people who want to do things and they want to be where you are today? They want to do it. What do you tell them, and how can they get started?
Well, my whole thing is that birds of a feather flock together. You get with somebody that's doing what you like to do, and you actually create a bond with them where actually it becomes a thing of where you guys can communicate and talk about, how do you do this? How do you do that? It's not about actually who you are or where you want to be or the status of who you are. It's actually getting out there, because you can't do nothing unless you have other people to really help you. I didn't get where I'm at. I had to ask a lot of questions. I had to go on YouTube. I had to actually look at the other people that was doing it years before me. Before it became digital. Analog was something that everybody was dealing with, and you have to look at all that. Don't be afraid to call people and ask them, listen, this is what it is. Some people act like they don't have time for you, but it's okay. Go to the next person. Find out how do you do this. Find out how do you do that. Constantly get your business cards and put them out there. If you go to an events and stuff, listen, my name is Tyrone Lowe. I'm a CEO of T-Lowe Video Productions, and this is what I do. You know what I'm saying? They will call you back, especially celebrity types I deal with a lot. They always got somebody, oh, I know somebody that wants to do this. Or I need somebody that wants to do that, and it's fine. And just show up and do the best you can. And that's it.
I love it. I love it. As we talk about this, I'm gonna add Kelsey to the stream real quick. Kelsey, hey, I know I put her on the spot for a lot because she's sitting down there so patient. She's so cool. I love her. Anyway, so this is Kelsey. Kelsey, this is Tyrone over
Hey,
here on
Kelsey,
this
how are
side
you?
right there, and down
Hey,
here that's
girl.
Kelsey. We're talking about moving forward in business and also going out and just going forward and going to get everything. When we all put our minds together, at the three of us, we're really truly no different than one another, trying to actually get our stuff in front of people, get things going. But when it comes down to it, what kind of methods can we all use? And Kelsey, I wanted you to answer this really quick. What kind of a method do you use to actually get your stuff in front of people?
I just grind it out, really. Honestly, one of the things, the reason that I got on to this podcast piece is because I, joined Matchmaker.fm and really just, made a really good core message and just kept hitting send and kept reaching out to people. And it was just, it's definitely turned around. I got to do a piece for International Women's Day with people in India and in Egypt. There's just no limit to what putting like constantly putting yourself out there and really making sure that you have a succinct message can do.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. And Tyrone?
Well, for me, it's like, if you're really going to promote yourself out there, man, use the internet the best way you can. Like I said, correspond with a lot of people that's actually doing the same thing that you're doing. People that's actually making it out there. Try to find out what their marketing strategies are, and try to actually create your own, so you could be authentic, and just give it 150%. You know,
Mm-hmm.
that's what it is. Everybody wants to shine to a certain point, but you got to understand, if you want it all for yourself, you'll never get there. You got to go out there and you have to talk to people. You have to Networking is the most important brand of any type of business that you're dealing with, rather it's clothes, cars, or whatever. That's what it's all about. It's actually putting yourself out there. Sometimes you got to really put yourself out there on a limb just to actually get what you want. I'm not saying to sell your soul, but I'm saying, if you're going to be a business orientated person, man, your marketing energy, your marketing strategy, and the way that you conduct yourself, your diction, the way that you really correspond with people is the most important thing. But most of all, when you show up, make sure that you give them 100, 100%, and always remain professional.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Definitely, definitely, definitely. Remaining professional can be hard sometimes, especially when you feel like you know the person, or you've known the person. How do you separate the friendship from the business, and is there really truly a separation? Who wants
Most
to answer that
definitely.
one?
Well, go ahead, Kelsey. Let's hear from you for a
Yeah.
minute.
No problem. So I would say, separating that. Oh, that
Oh,
dog always likes
he's
to photo bomb.
so cute.
I would say, so far as separating friendship from the business, I do that with working with a leadership coach where we have this friendship developing. But at the end of the day, when I'm part of their revolutionary leadership lab, when I'm attending classes and things like that, that my PayPal still goes into for her invoice, and making sure that if the advocacy work and the things that she's doing as far and attending my book launch events and things like that, making sure that those friendship things are separate from the business things.
Mm-hmm.
So just making sure those lines can intersect a little bit sometimes, but making sure that you understand that professional courtesy and making sure that you are following through with what you're doing professionally first and foremost.
Mm-hmm.
Well, for me, I feel that the confrontation of business through your attitude should be the first thing that they should
Mm-hmm.
actually acknowledge. I separate my friendship from my business is because I let them know up front, this is business. It has nothing to do with the friendship. So we're dealing on this level of just business. Some people feel because of your friends, they feel that you're supposed to give them a free hand. No, it's not. It's not that way. Because if you do that for one person, you're going to end up doing it for somebody else, and then you're just going to be losing out. You know what I'm saying? I've had situations where I had friends and they didn't like the fact that I would charge them for certain things. And it's like, how dare you? And why not? This is my profession. You came to me. I didn't come to you. You understand what I'm saying? So the first thing that I would say to them is, this is what I charge. You understand what I'm saying? So they at that point right there, they can either accept it or reject it. And that's how it works for me, you
Mm-hmm.
know?
Yeah. Separating business and friendship can be truly a little bit of a difficult situation for some people, especially people who want to be a people pleaser. If you want to please people, you lose out on a lot of different
Yeah.
opportunities and a lot of different finances. Yeah, you can still have your friendship, but at the same time, you still have to put food on your table. You still have to pay your bills. You still have to keep your business going. And this is the reason that you're doing this. And your friend has to understand that they have to pay for the service. If you want to give a friend discount, like, then
Yeah.
I guess you can do that. That is up to you. But I totally would, try to explain to your friend that this is the way I work. This is my job. This is
Right.
what I do. And so, yeah, definitely separating the two would be crucial to the advancement of your business. Tyrone, thank you so much. And I'm going to put Kelsey back into the waiting room. Girl, you're so patient. She's patient. I love her so far.
All right,
You
guys.
know,
I'll see you guys later.
all
And
right.
thanks for having me on the show.
No
Thank you.
problem, no problem. So thank you so much, Tyrone. That's Tyrone Lowe of the Legends. We're gonna go ahead and put that in the description as well, so you guys can have links to his page on YouTube and tune in to Yaya Diamond Radio, where his music and podcasts are aired every single day. Yeah.
Have a nice
All right.
day. All right.
Thanks.
Thank you. Okay.
All right. Bye. So that was Tyrone Lowe. You guys, he was very modest. I'm not gonna lie, Kelsey. He was super modest.
Yeah.
He was. This man, I'm gonna tell you right now. This man has been like, he has been on stages with people that I would like dream of.
Yeah. Yeah.
He's
for
very
sure.
modest, but very good guy. We're gonna go ahead and take a short break, and we'll be right back. Kelsey, go take care of that baby of yours. It's like, hello.
Dad's home, so Dad's
Yeah.
working.
Oh, I get that's good. That's good. So we're gonna take a short break and we'll be right back. Don't you go anywhere. You're listening to Yaya Diamond Radio right here with how do we get forward in our business? How do we do this? And we have our next guest coming up, Ellen. She's been on the line. Ellen, go ahead and log in, girlfriend. Let's get you on. So yeah, let's just do it. Let's do it. We'll be right back. Okay, so the next thing we're going to be talking about is marketing. Marketing, like Tyrone just said, marketing is going to be tricky. And then we do have our next guest coming up really soon. But marketing is tricky. Marketing can be, excuse me, I just dropped the top. Marketing that can be something that we literally don't know how to do, especially in these days and times. So marketing can be grassroots, which is, grassroots marketing. If you don't know what grassroots marketing is, basically what that is going from, a business to business, passing out your business cards. So it's, footwork, travel, handshakes are amazing. Okay, let's do this. Now, I know a lot of people are going to be tuning in a little bit later on, so when you do watch this, remember that after we're finished broadcasting, or if you're tuning in now, thank you so much for joining me and my friends. Tyrone Lowe was just on, and then we had Kelsey. She's coming back. So we've had so many different wonderful people that have contributed to Dream Chasers Radio that I just wanted to give back. So this is what this is. This is a give back here. So footwork, travel, and a handshake. Let's talk about the hand. Let's talk about the handshake, guys. Let's talk about the handshake. I have to talk about the handshake because literally the handshake is something that everybody underestimates. What do you get when you shake the hand of a person in agreement with them? Regardless of whether you're agreeing that you disagree, or whether you're agreeing that you agree to go ahead and go forward, or that you're agreeing to not go forward, but you're just handshake. A handshake is an amazing touch. It's the touch of agreement. Touch of agreement. This is a powerful thing. It is so powerful that people remember the handshake that they had and the agreement that they had. It is so powerful that sometimes it can be held up in a court of law. The handshake. The handshake is inevitably the goal. Now, what kind of a handshake? A handshake could be, hey, thank you so much. This is my hand. Here, let's shake hands. Also, it could be a piece of paper. It could be a written agreement. It could be a Zoom call where you guys agree. It could be, a handshake. But there's nothing like a personal handshake. Let's do it. Let's do something real quick. Let's do an exercise. And I know this sounds really good, really kind of funny, but I saw this exercise before. And you guys, if you've ever seen some of the motivational speakers, you've seen this exercise. Let's do this. You're looking in the mirror. So try to find a place where, so get your phone out, get your camera, and put yourself and look at yourself on your camera. Look at yourself on your camera, and then high five yourself. Okay? So you ready? Let's high five. High five. Woo! All right, let's do it again. High five. Woo! What just happened to your mood? Did you feel better about yourself? If you look at yourself in the mirror every day and you put yourself down, what happens? You feel terrible the rest of the day. However, if you high five yourself in the mirror, if you give yourself a pat on the back and you say yes, and you go handshake, I am doing great today. Just that contact alone will boost your endorphins, will boost your mood and make you happier. A handshake with someone that's going into business with you is so important. It could make or break your deal. So, marketing is either a physical or digital handshake. I'm going to say this again. Marketing is either a physical or a digital handshake. These handshakes are so important that your business will not proceed if you don't get this handshake. A lot of people tell me, Yaya, how do you do it? And so I'm going to be writing a short little ebook on this subject. It's going to be about my personal experience because I don't know anybody else out there that has this experience. And if you do, then that's amazing because you know how amazing this really is. But it's yes. I'm going to write a book on yes. Now, of course, there's a book out already it's called The Art of Saying Yes, The Art of Giving Yes, The Art of Yes, The Art of Yes. But what does this mean? I think we need to go back and talk about that. We need to talk about what yes really means. So let's talk about yes. I'm going to put this up in the corner of my board. We're going to talk about yes. Yes can mean no. Did you know that yes could mean no? Depending on how you use it. Yes, I do believe that we should not work together. Yes, I do believe that this is not going to work. There's a lot of different ways to say yes, to say no. Awesome. Okay, great. All right, thank you, Ellen. All right, so you can come on at any time, Ellen, okay? Just letting you know you can come on at any time. All you have to do is just go ahead and go through the process of coming on. So you don't really necessarily have to connect your video. You could just come on audio. So come on in and let's get you started, okay? So yes and no. Yes could equal no. Did you know that no could equal yes? Okay. No, I don't think we can move forward without your opinion. No, I don't think that we can move forward without your expertise. We so dread this word that we forget that they can usually be used synonymously to mean that you got a deal. This could mean deal. Why are we so scared of no? When no doesn't always mean no. And sometimes no is a good thing because no gets you to your yes. And this will get you to what? Your business. This no can save you a lot of times. No, I don't think we should work together. I think that, maybe we should move on from here. The next thing you know, you meet the yes that you're supposed to be with. That's literally the yes you need. And this ends up, as you look at it down the road, this no you got that you were so afraid to get is the no you truly are thankful that you did get at that time. So we're gonna be I'm actually gonna be writing a nice ebook about this and putting this out because I think that our fear of failure really isn't failure. And I want to talk about failure right now. We're going to talk about that right now. And I'm also going to have a short clip about a couple of different things from people you've probably seen before and heard before because it's just, to me, it's so disheartening to see that we are not succeeding, that we are not moving forward because we are so afraid of no and of failure. Failure is the word fail. So, I saw this before and I'm going to go ahead and grab this and show this to you. So the word fail Now I'm going to go ahead and write this up as your first attempt in learning. First attempt in learning. That's what fail is. This is not the end. This is actually the beginning. It's your first attempt in learning. It's your first, or maybe it's your fifth, but you're learning because your first one, you don't make that mistake anymore. This is success. Failure is not failure unless you've given up and you stop. That's basically what failure is. So we're not going to do that, guys, are we? We're definitely going to be what? Successful. We're definitely going to do that. We're definitely going to do that. So I'm trying to see if we can get Ellen on. So Ellen, go ahead and come through and just accept everything so that you can come through so we can get you on the show today and actually have you speak. We're going to, and as we wait, I'm going to go ahead and take a short break and find the and get these and get this very famous person up so you guys can see what I mean. I'll be right back. Don't you go anywhere.
what you want to do in your life. And it's making you suffer in a needless way. Look, I don't want you to get to the end of your life and look back and think, I wish I hadn't wasted so much of my precious life on stuff that didn't matter. I wish I didn't let all that stupid worrying keep me from doing the things that I always dreamt about doing. I'm here to tell you that you can learn how to switch your thoughts to something more productive and optimistic. This is great news. Worry is a hackable thing. And I'm going to use a ton of science and proven experience to show you just how to hack it using one magical tool. And here's the great news. Once you learn how worry starts, you can use that knowledge to make it stop. You can practice this magical tool every day to quiet your mind. I mean, just imagine that, a quiet mind. Wow. I know exactly how you feel. I mean, I know how exhausting and frustrating it is to constantly be trapped in the grinding cycle of worrying about everything. How do I know this? I lived it. I've always been worried. I mean, if you could be a baby that worries, that was me. I'm sure at 11 months, when my mom was running late to heat up my pureed carrots and potatoes, I was probably thinking, is she coming back? Where is she? I'm starving. I mean, I might just starve to death here. I think she hates me. She's left. Maybe she's angry about the face I made as I tried the pureed snow peas for lunch. Oh my gosh, what do I do? I have to find a new family to feed me. How am I going to find my new family? I got no connections, no money. I'm wearing a diaper. I can't even walk yet. I'm going to starve to death in the next 24 hours. That was baby Mel. And that was just the beginning. I mean, I was just kind of warming up for a life of worry on a very elite professional level. You know, as a little kid, I worried about everything from the teacher's reaction to whether or not the kid in the stall next to me was going to hear me fart. When I got to middle school, it was all about whether or not my tough skin jeans were cool or my acne or my new perm that I immediately regretted. When I was in college, I was worried if I studied enough for the test, if I was going to flunk out, if I was going to go blind from the grain alcohol I drank from the garbage can at that frat party. I worried if I had enough gas in the car to get to the grocery store. The truth about worrying is, once you let it start to spin, it just spins out of control. I'm sure you know this. I mean, worry has tormented me since I was a kid. It tormented me as a teen, in my 20s, my 30s, hell, my 40s. And if I can go from having this worry as my torturous default and learn how to interrupt it and redirect it and program a positive mind, you can too. Here's exactly what you need to do about worry and overthinking. Here's the magical tool I want to share with you. And I got to give you a warning. This is going to sound so simple. You might even start worrying that it's not going to work. That's why I have strung along this episode like it's an infomercial about worrying, because the solution is so simple, and it has to be. When it comes to your habit of worrying, you already overcomplicate everything. If I give you 3 steps to remember, you won't do any of them. That's how good you are at worrying. I need you to have something simple. So I've come up with this incredible way to do hand-to-hand combat with your worrying mind. Are you ready? Good. The second you catch yourself worrying, when you feel your mind spin, when you feel your shoulders pinch up towards your ears like new earrings and you feel your jaw clench, and wait, there's more. You feel yourself starting to get heavy and paralyzed and defeated, and those worries start to spin in your mind. Here's exactly what you're going to do. It's just 6 magical words. It encapsulates incredible research. It's so simple. You can do it. And don't worry, it's going to work. Here are the 6 magical words you're going to say to yourself every time you worry. What if it all works out? That's it. What if it all works out? Look, I know what you're thinking. You feel let down right now. That's because you're worried it's not going to work. But what if it all works out? What if these simple, stupid 6 words actually work? What if trying this works out? You just heard me say the words. What if it all works out? And you know what your response was? Well, I don't think it's going to work out. That's why I'm worrying. You got to trust me on this. Your worries sound just as dumb as this magical tool does. You have just listened to your worry for so long that you believe it. Now, I said this was hand-to-hand combat. You don't just throw one punch, you're going to have to keep on punching. Every time one of your stupid worries pop into your head, what if I don't get the apartment? What if I don't lose the weight? What if I don't get the raise? What if I look stupid my first day of work? What if nobody ever loves me? What if the swamp monster kills me? You need to punch those stupid worries in the face with 6 magical words, because this simple question breaks the pattern of worrying. Because if you think about worrying always begins with what if. In fact, my daughter used to call her worries the what if loop. I feel like I'm trapped in a what if loop, Mom. Well, guess what? You're trapped in a what if loop too. So you need just one fast, perfectly placed, boom, counterpunch. You need the same punch for every worry. So you get really good at punching every worry in the face. And that punch is, what if it all works out? That's the counterpunch you need to knock absolutely any worry and all overthinking away. It's pretty incredible. I'm here to tell you, in those moments when you get trapped in this, what if this, what if that, what if that, and you start spinning, you got to stop it. And the fastest way to stop the spinning is to say, well, what if it all works out? What if I get the apartment? What if I pass the test? What if the doctor says something and it's okay? What if he doesn't break up with me? What if he breaks up with me and it all works out? What if I get bad news and it all works out and I'm okay? It's to get back the feeling of control. You see, the research shows that when you feel out of control, your prefrontal cortex, the part of your brain behind your forehead, the part that's in charge of organizing information and making decisions, it basically stops working when you feel out of control. And that's why it's so hard to make decisions. And it's why it's hard to move ahead. You just get stuck in this dark mental loop because you literally are so focused on things not working out that you don't have anything positive to grab onto. What if it all works out? Gives you something positive to hold on to. It gives your brain the ladder out of a dark hole of worry. And all you have to do is step on the first rung, because the first rung on that ladder out of that dark hole of worry is 6 simple words. What if it all works out? Ask it again and you step on the second rung. What if it all works out? Again, and you're on the third rung. Ask it repeatedly about the same problem, and it's like climbing up the ladder. And before you know it, the ladder, what if it all works out, has got you up so high, you are out of the hole of worry and you have a completely different view of the situation. Listen,
I'm going to make a bold statement and say that doing a TEDx talk is going to be the most transformative and uplifting experience of your life and your business.
there will always be things that come out of nowhere. We can't stop the outside world. We can't stop the fact that you are probably going to worry about something every day. I mean, hello, global pandemic. People get sick. People say they don't want to be married. Jobs get taken away. The stock market drops. Shit happens. It's easy and normal to feel knocked down by life. But you can always use these 6 magical words to help you ride the ups and downs in life. What if it all works out? Doesn't mean it's going to work out today. One of the reasons why your brain loves the sentence, what if it all works out, is you haven't put a deadline at the end of it. The fact that you're saying, well, what if it all works out, automatically allows your brain to expand out of the current crisis, because you know, based on your life experience, that in the end, over the years, yeah, eventually it does all work out. And, here's a third reason why these 6 magical words create opportunity, possibility, positivity, and a better situation. And that is because it anchors you in optimism. When you're worried and you say, how will it work out? When is it going to work out? What if it doesn't work out? The how and the when, it narrows your focus. It gets you caught in the worry loop, and it makes your thoughts and your mood spiral tighter and tighter and tighter. The second you say, well, what if it all works out? You just change that one word from how. How's it going to work out? How's it going to? So what if it all works out? I mean, come on. And it opens you up. You can just feel the different energy. How is it going to work out? What if it all works out? If you consider that it will all work out, you begin to see multiple paths. How puts the blinders on? It makes things really small. What if it all works out? Opens up the world of alternatives that you have, and it widens the scope. It widens the lens you're looking through, making room for better things to happen. The next time you hear yourself say, what if, and you start bracing for the worst, instead, just insert your new magic words. What if it all works out? What if this turns out to be the best decision I've ever made? What if I look back 6 months from now and this, right now, this was the moment I found the courage to be myself? What if I'm stronger and more resilient than I think? What if something amazing is happening and I just need to believe it? That last one is everything. I do believe something amazing is happening for you. I do believe that you are stronger and more resilient than you think. It will work out for you.
Yeah. What if it all works out? Why are we worried? What if it really does all work out, guys? And that's what we're talking about today. Business. We're talking about moving forward in our business. I went ahead and I emailed you, Ellen. So I sent you the call-in number for the station. Please give a call to the station, and let's get you on the air. And I want to thank you guys so much. So what if it all works out? Remember, we talked about fail. We talked about F first, right? A and then IL, right? First, and I want to make sure that I get this right. First, assignment, I think it was. And then I would be, I totally forgot. I'll have to get that in a second because I erased it. So let me go back and get that. But I love the way it was first assignment learned or something like that. Let me go ahead and go back and grab that because I really, really liked what I got up on there. Give me a second. First attempt at learning. First attempt in learning. First attempt in learning. That's what fail means. FAIL. First attempt in learning. You know, to be unsuccessful in achieving one's goal would be the real definition of what fail would mean. But it doesn't mean that you stop. It just means that one time just didn't work, okay? And that's what this is. Fail is not something that you're just going to fail at. Give me 1 second. Well, Joe, you have a wonderful flight and be safe. And thank you for tuning in. Thank you. All right. So, what if it all works out, guys? What if we're all worried for nothing? So, being that we are, what if it all works out? We're so scared. Worry will damage your success. So, it's easy to say, okay, awesome. All right, I'll see you on Joe on Wednesday. It's easy to say that, we literally can't do it. But is it really can't? Or are you tired? Are you discouraged? Are you disappointed in yourself? Did someone put you down and told you couldn't do it? So others, criticism, people who tell you you're never going to do this. You're never going to succeed in life. I've been there. I've done that. Hold on a second. I believe I did send that out to you, Ellen. And give me 1 second. Let me do it again. We're trying to get Miss Ellen Munginen. I know I said your name wrong. So let me go ahead and compose this. So while we are waiting for her to give a call in so that we can be graced by her expertise, we're talking about what if it all works out. But a lot of times, a lot of people will tell you you can't do it. That's where the others come in. The disappointment in yourself for not being able to do it or not accomplishing your goals can be something, as well as discouraged and tired. But I'm going to tell you right now, what if it all works out? What if it all works out? What if it all works out? What if we are worried for no reason at all? That's going to be the biggest disappointment, I think, not trying. So should we go for it? Should we do this? Should we literally, and I'm waiting for her phone call. Should we literally just ignore other people and don't be disappointed in yourself? Everybody fails. Even the best people fail. And discouragement comes to everybody. Pick myself up. Let's try it again. And if I'm tired, I take a break. Remember, we took a break in the beginning. So these are different things that we're doing. And as I wait for Ellen to call in, we do have Clark calling in a little bit later on and coming on the scene. I'm so excited to do this. This is something I've always wanted to do, was to actually do a seminar talking about moving forward in business. And to me, having people of different businesses and talking about their adventures and their lives and why they're doing what they're doing and how they got involved with what they're doing, to me is the best encouragement ever. And having that video up was just amazing for me too, because I watch Ms. Robbins all the time, and she has the the high five, and she's got the high five book and all that. I don't have that, but what I do have is the understanding of the psychology of what she's trying to get forward and how she's trying to encourage us all to move forward in our daily goals, in our music, in our business, and writing our books and putting things out. And I literally love her. I do. I literally love her. I'm just waiting here now for Ellen's call. Please let me know when you got it. And you should have received it already. Yeah, you should have it. So I am going to take a short break again. And I love my short breaks. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back, you guys. We take the short break so that we can go ahead and transfer over and get the next person on the show for you, so that we can be an encouragement and to help you grow your business and to get better. So, I'm learning, as all of us are learning, to move forward. But what if it all works out? Those are going to be the 6 words that I'm thinking is going to be the key. I mean, hasn't it worked out before that either it didn't or it did, but it all worked out for your good? I mean, are you in a worse place now because you tried to do something and it failed, and now you're in a predicament where you have to do something? Don't we all find ourselves in those predicaments from one point to another? I know I do. And so we just have to move forward and keep going. So as we wait for the turnover and our next caller, please give us a couple of minutes to get them on the line so that we can go ahead and proceed with this. Thank you again so much, guys, for tuning in. We've been on the air since 3 o'clock. What time is it? Oh my gosh, it's been almost 2 hours. And I'm excited. Again, excited to do this. And also remember that it's the radio station to actually go and listen to all of the interviews, even this particular seminar. We're going to keep this up on the air. Is going to be yayadiamondradio.com. Thank you guys again so much. And we're going to just go back to what if it all works out, guys. We'll be right back. Don't you go anywhere. I want to thank you guys so much again for tuning in. We're having problems with our next guest calling in, and I'm not really sure if she's called in or not, and we're going to go ahead and move forward. And I just want to say that you guys, the biggest thing that I find that I have been able to do with my business is to move forward. Um, the you know, so let's look at the businesses that I have and what I've done so far, and let's analyze, which is something I hate to do. But again, it's part of that spring cleaning we were talking about earlier. And if you're just joining me, thank you guys so much for tuning in. And don't forget to subscribe, like, and comment. I am watching my comments as much as I possibly can. But if I don't get your comment right now, then I will definitely be looking forward to answering you a little bit later on after this broadcast is done. We do have a few more guests coming on the show. We have B. Clark, Emily, and Kelsey coming on the show today. So you guys are going to be blessed by them. And I have not been able to reach Ellen. And unfortunately, we're going to have to get her on a different show. However, let's talk about this, because this is something that a lot of people ask me. How do you do so much, Yaya? Now, yesterday, I took a break all day. It was wonderful. Great. We went out. We drove far away. We saw a concert. We came back home last night. Wonderful day. But my day starts on Monday. It does not start on Sunday. And the reason being is because I need a break. So number one, I take breaks. Now, Ellen, if you are watching, you can go ahead and type out some stuff and tell us where we can find you. And that way, at least we can get you and your information here, okay? So number one is I take breaks. I have to take breaks. These are necessary. You have to take breaks. You have to take breaks. These are necessary for your sanity, okay? For just your momentum to move forward has to stop and take a break and a breather. Go somewhere. Go to a movie. Take a moment away for yourself. For yourself. That is the number one reason that I'm able to do what I do. I take breaks. After this is over, I'm taking a break, because literally we need to actually take breaks for ourselves. We need to actually move forward like this. And this is the number one thing that's going to get that big P, which is the procrastination, away and keep it away from ourselves. Okay. Now, the second thing is, give me 1 second here. Let me see if I can. I'm actually literally trying to see if we can still get on the show. So, take a break. Number two that I do is I itemize. So my itemization is I sing, I podcast, I interview, videos. So this is audio. A lot of people don't realize that this is a little bit different. Vlogging would be like a video, and then audio podcasts are different than video podcasts. Do you need the two? I say they work together very well. Yes, you do need the two. Okay. Let me see something here. And again, this is live, and I want to thank you guys so much for tuning in live and being right here with me live. So, number one, take breaks. Number two, itemize what you do. So, I'm a singer, right? I do podcasting. I do audio and video podcasting. I do radio. I've been on iHeart and also my own station. So I have, this is a lot, guys. I sing on the weekends. So weekend singing, we have rehearsals. Okay. I also write. So putting this all together, how do I itemize? Let me see what I got here. Great. Thank you. How do I itemize? I literally itemize by saying, what is the one thing that I have to do today? From day to day, it can vary. It can be different. And so I'm always looking to see what I can do here to make it easier for me. Now, not the only thing that I do with the podcast and with the video and the radio, there's editing. There's audio and video editing going into that, guys. So when we look at all of the things that we do, when we write this down, your list is probably going to vary from my list. That's fine. What is the priority? How do we do this? We put this on a calendar. So I have a calendar which keeps me and keeps everything separate. You have to separate all of this. All of this has its own place. It all should be separate. Okay? And you should have days where you edit and have days where you do certain things and all that stuff. So that's how I keep all of this in perspective. Now, then you have marketing. Because if you're doing all of this with no marketing, literally, you're not succeeding at your business. Marketing is not easy. It is difficult. And it can be somewhat of a pain in the butt sometimes. So we're looking right now to get B. Clark on the show. But where I'm going to go right now is we're going to go to a video really quick on basic marketing. I really want to show you this because a lot of people do not know today's marketing is a little bit different than yesterday's marketing, where we hit the road and we did all kinds of different things. So we're going to do introduction to marketing really quick. I'm going to make sure that I get something that's not too long, that I've seen already, which is great. I have to make sure. Okay, here we go. So here we go. So this is Digital Marketing 101, a beginner's guide to marketing. And basically what this gentleman is doing is, what this guy here is doing is he's breaking it down for us all. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and share this page with you. And then that way we can all look at it together. I think that sometimes, with me, I know what marketing is, but it's always better to get it from someone who actually can explain it in detail, like this gentleman right here.
Hey guys, Adam here. And in this video, I'm going to help you become a better digital marketer by showing you some of the most important things you need to know about digital marketing right now. You see, digital marketing has been made to seem way more complicated than it actually is. That's a shame, really, because it's actually pretty straightforward. That said, if you do want to get the best results possible from your digital marketing, you're going to need to know and understand the strategies that I'm going to be sharing with you in this episode. So my promise to you is this: if you watch this entire video, you will be a better digital marketer at the end. So let's get to it. So the very first thing that I need to share with you are the differences between digital marketing and traditional marketing. Brace yourself for this one because it's pretty profound. Actually, it's not profound at all. And that's what makes it so interesting. You see, digital marketing is really just marketing done through the use of digital channels. That's it. So when we're talking about digital marketing, well, we're talking about marketing through the use of channels like SEO or search engine optimization, social media, pay-per-click ads, or online Facebook ads, Instagram ads, or anything like that. Not to mention email marketing or website optimization or anything that really takes place online or through the use of digital media. You can contrast this with traditional marketing using traditional media, things like TV or the radio, or newspapers, or magazines, or billboards. Basically, anything not digital. Now here's the deal. Traditional marketing and traditional advertising and everything that goes into it, well, It still works, but there are some significant advantages to using digital marketing and all the digital channels that we now have available. First of all, digital marketing tends to give you a much larger audience size. Really, you can reach anybody that's online, and there's billions and billions of people online. Next is audience targeting, because not only are you able to reach these billions of people, well, you don't want to reach all of them, because all of them are not going to be the perfect fit for your business. Rather, you can be laser focused and selective on only the most ideal and perfect people that you want to target. Digital marketing also tends to be significantly more cost effective than running, say, an ad in the New York Times or, heaven forbid, a Super Bowl commercial. Again, these are designed to appeal to mass markets and to try to reach everyone. Probably not your goal. Rather, what you want to do is be laser focused and selective with your marketing and reach, again, only those people most likely to buy. Digital marketing also allows you to get immediate feedback, and this is probably one of my favorite benefits of the channels. After all, if you think about running, say, a magazine ad where you've got to think of the copy and the creative and what you're going to say, and then you've got to get it all written up and sent to the magazine, it's got to get published and then distributed. Well, you could be looking at weeks at best, months, and maybe many, many months before you ever figure out if this worked or not. Digital marketing, on the other hand, well, in theory, you can write an ad and have it online in a matter of minutes. Immediate feedback, immediate correction, immediate results. Plus, digital marketing tends to be a whole lot easier to measure and to track because everything's digital, which means we've got a digital trail allowing us to measure costs and results and everything in real time so we can make adjustments and tweaks and optimizations on the fly. Again, contrast that with waiting 3 months for your magazine to come out and figure out if things worked or not. And you can't measure clicks on a magazine, so the best you can hope to do is, well, really either have them fill out some kind of a form on the magazine or visit a digital channel, which ties us back into digital marketing. Anyway, there's obviously some serious advantages here to choosing digital channels, going with digital marketing. But again, that's not to say that traditional marketing doesn't still work. It does. The point here is to take a look at either traditional or digital marketing and then sort of take a few steps back to the strategies and the fundamentals and the principles, the consumer psychology, the buyer behavior, why people do the things they do, and then focus on mastering and learning that. Then you can apply that to digital channels or traditional channels or any other channels that come out in the future. All right, the next thing that'll really help you become a better digital marketer is to understand the differences between strategy and tactics and when to use them. Strategy is all the big picture stuff, and this is really where you want to focus your efforts first and foremost, because this is the foundation that all of your future marketing efforts and tactics and tools and software and things like that are going to be built on. Get this part wrong and nothing else matters, because nothing else will work. Now, there are a ton of different strategies and approaches and ways to look at your digital marketing, but pretty much no matter how you look at it, it always comes back to 4 basic and really solid principles that have stood the test of time and are going to be just as relevant today as they are 100 years from now. I call these things the core 4, and they make up the center of my hub and spoke model of marketing. The core 4 are made up of model, market, message, and media. So let's unpack those now. The model is essentially your business, your offer, your package, your servicing, the pricing that goes with it, how you deliver whatever it is that you deliver to the market. It's important here to design your model, design your business around what is the most enjoyable and profitable and in demand by the market. Because the worst thing you can do is build a business that you absolutely hate. Next is the market. These are the people that you're going to serve. And you don't want to say everyone or anyone with money. You want to be focused, laser focused on exactly who is going to get the best results from your product or service, and also the market that you're going to most enjoy serving. In marketing, we call this an ideal customer avatar or an ideal client avatar, and it's made up of demographic details like age, gender, income, occupation, geographic details like what city or state or province or country they live in, and psychographic details like what are their values, their attitudes, and their lifestyles. Next is your message. And here's where you're going to clarify and connect with your ideal target market by speaking directly to them about their pains and their problems and their frustrations and how your business is uniquely positioned to help solve that for them. Telling stories about previous customers and previous client results is an incredibly effective way to do this, as are getting testimonials directly from them and running case studies proving that you know what you're talking about and have done what you say you're going to do. I think that made sense. The point here is that to craft truly effective messages, well, you've got to understand who your market is and what really makes them up and what makes them do the things they do. So a little bit of market research and having a few chats with your customers never hurts. And the fourth part of the core four, and again, the center of that hub and spoke model of marketing, is all about media. And this is where you're going to go, where you're going to do your marketing, which digital channels you're going to choose. Most businesses do this completely backwards. They start with the media by hearing a great thing about Facebook ads or YouTube marketing, maybe starting a podcast, and then they just rush in there, forgetting all about the message and the market and the model. So unsurprisingly, well, they're building their business and they're building their marketing on a pretty sketchy foundation. This is why if you go through the steps in the right order, starting with the model, moving on to the market, identifying the message, by the time you get to media, the choices should be evidently clear, like crystal clear. You should know exactly where your ideal target market is present and active online. And this is going to enable you to go there and ignore everything else. The reality is you don't need to do everything. You don't need to be everywhere. You just need to be the places where your ideal target market are present and active. This is going to save you a ton of time and money and headache and wasted energy by spreading yourself too thin on channels that simply aren't going to deliver results. All right, so that was the strategy, the core four, the high level stuff that goes into making the right decisions. Tactics, on the other hand, are how you're going to execute everything I've just talked about. The tactics are the details and the actionable steps or executable things that you're actually going to go and put into practice. So the strategy being the business model you're using, the market that you're going to go after, the messages you're going to use, and the media choices that you're going to deploy your marketing on. And then the tactics being things like what frequency are you going to post, and what kind of content are you going to post, and what schedule or level of consistency, or how many memes are you going to throw in. A tactical question would be, what's the best time to post on social media? A strategic question would be, which social media platform should we be on? That's the difference. All right, the next thing that you need to know about digital marketing is the difference between organic and paid. So let's start with organic. Organic content and organic digital marketing is essentially anything that you create for free. So anytime that you make a post on Facebook or an Instagram story or a YouTube video or anything like that, and you're not paying money to have it promoted, you're creating organic content. Now, this doesn't mean that it's free content, because odds are good you put time and energy and probably a decent amount of money behind the content that you're creating. But by not paying to promote it, it's still classified as organic content. So if organic marketing is putting out content and not paying to have it promoted, well then paid marketing is the opposite of that. Putting out content and then paying the networks to promote it and distribute it to even more people. Basically, with paid media or paid marketing, paid ads, you're running advertising to whatever message or whatever content that you're putting out there. Now, the big players in the space right now are obviously the kingpins like Facebook ads, Instagram ads, and YouTube ads, LinkedIn ads, and Google ads, essentially the major networks with ads added to the back of their name. Organic content shows up in the news feeds of people that follow you, whereas with paid marketing and paid media, it shows up in the news feeds and on the phones and on the devices of the people that you choose through targeting. Now, of course, like all marketing strategies, there's pros and cons to both. Organic is free essentially in nature, but it's going to be a little more limited in reach because the way the algorithms work is they kind of favor paid media, because they like to make money. Paid media, on the other hand, has the obvious downside of costing money. On the bright side, it allows you to reach a ton of people very quickly. So essentially, the choice between organic and paid comes down to time versus money, but also the rate at which you want to.
Hey, what if you could give away other people's money to businesses and make a fortune doing it? Now, I know
experience results. All right, now let's talk about.
Great example of paid advertisement right there in the middle of this. That's how that works, guys.
One of my favorite topics in all of marketing, direct response versus brand awareness. Direct response marketing is, unsurprisingly, direct in its goal to get a response. Man, marketing sure isn't very creative sometimes. Basically, when you do direct response marketing, you're creating an ad or you're creating a piece of content and you're focused on getting an immediate and tangible return, something like a lead or a sale or a phone call or a visit or a sign up or something like that. Direct response marketing would be run a Facebook ad, expect to generate a lead, send out an email, measure the number of conversions. Promote a video, track how many people signed up for a free trial. All of these are direct response because you're expecting something ideally immediately, and you're going to be able to track and measure it so you can do more of what works and less of what doesn't. Now contrast all of that with brand awareness marketing, which is essentially more focused on longer term and building trust and authority and your brand name in the market. With direct response, we're measuring things like leads and sales and conversions. With brand awareness, we're measuring things like trust and authority and possibly mentions, but a lot harder to quantify and to measure because they're a lot more intangible. The reality is, long term, to build a scalable and sustainable and profitable business, well, you do need a pretty decent mix of both direct response marketing and brand awareness marketing. But you have to be wary of the cardinal sin of marketing. You see, one of the biggest mistakes in all of marketing is running brand awareness marketing campaigns and expecting direct response results. This is a recipe for failure, and one of the biggest reasons that many people claim their marketing just isn't working. It's because they're using the wrong tool for the job, like following a recipe to bake a cake and then getting really frustrated when it comes out like muffins or bread or anything that isn't cake. This is why it's incredibly important that you use the right recipe or strategy for the job. All right, another incredibly important thing you need to know about digital marketing is the difference between search and discovery marketing. When it comes to search versus discovery marketing, the biggest and most important, or keyword if you will, is intent. Basically, what's the intent, or what is the reason that someone's using a specific platform when they log on in the morning, or at noon, or at night? So let's start with search. And here we're talking about platforms like Google and YouTube, basically any other search engine. When someone logs on to Google, for example, well, they have intent. They're there to find an answer or a solution or a product. They're there to do something or buy something or learn something or take some kind of action. This is where you, as a marketer, want to show up in front of them and basically answer their question or give them the solution to whatever it is that they're looking for. Some strategies here are using SEO or search engine optimization, as well as Google Ads, which is pay-per-click advertising. Discovery marketing, on the other hand, well, this encompasses brands like Facebook and Instagram and YouTube to a certain extent. Essentially, a user on these platforms may have intent, but they're probably more casually browsing. After all, nobody really shows up in the morning, logs on to Facebook or Instagram with a credit card in hand, looking to buy something. This is why if you're doing search marketing, well, you can afford to be direct. They're looking for something, you have the answer, so you can just give it to them. With discovery marketing, on the other hand, you've got to be a little more creative and a little more entertaining. You've got to get their attention and then keep it and allow them to become interested in what it is that you're selling or promoting. Now, both search marketing and discovery marketing are incredibly important parts to building an overall successful and sustainable business. But just like with direct response marketing and brand awareness marketing, you want to make sure that you're using the right tool for the right job at the right time in the right place. All right. Next, I've got something very important to share with you, and it's something that rarely gets talked about when it comes to marketing advice, and that is the difference between marketing products and marketing services. Here's the deal. Most of the marketing information out there, whether we're talking about textbooks or courses or even trainings, they revolve around the marketing of products. A product being something tangible that you can hold, that you can see, that you can touch, and that you can taste. A service, on the other hand, is intangible. You can't hold it, can't touch it, can't see it, can't taste it. Plus, with services, you often need to pay in advance, which requires a whole new level of trust. This is why, if you're marketing a service-based business and you try to market it like a product-based business, well, you're going to be very disappointed. Now, when it comes to marketing products, you have the opportunity and the advantage of being able to explain and to show and to demonstrate how a product works, what it looks like. You want to show it in action, show the features, show the benefits that the features will deliver, show the story behind it, everything like that. Here's an example. Let's say that I'm trying to promote and sell this pen. Well, the fact that this pen has a lid is a feature. The fact that it will prevent me from getting ink all over myself, that's a benefit. But you can take it further, and you probably should. For example, this pen lid also has a clip, which means that I can attach it to my papers or my notebook or even my clothes if I'm trying to sport that nerdy look. Another feature of the pen lid itself is the fact that the lid has holes in the top. May be surprised to hear that the reason that pen lids have holes in the top is to prevent suffocation in case they accidentally or purposely get swallowed. After all, chewing on pen lids is an age-old, albeit highly unsanitary practice. Sometimes you just get hungry. Services, on the other hand, well, they don't have that advantage. So the main thing when you're promoting and marketing services is you want to sell the end. Essentially the end state, or the benefits, or the outcome, or the results that someone will experience after working with you. In fact, when it comes to marketing services, I'd go so far as to say it's pretty much all about the end state and the benefits and the outcomes and the results someone will experience. The key here is to highlight the current pain or dissatisfaction or discomfort of their current state, and then of course paint the picture of how they'll be so much better after having worked with you. All right, the next thing you really need to be aware of if you want to become a true expert in digital marketing is to understand the differences between B2B and B2C marketing. B2B stands for business to business, and this is where your main customers, your main clients aren't regular everyday people, but rather other businesses. B2C, on the other hand, means you're a business that sells to consumers, regular everyday people, and not businesses. B2B, business to business, B2C, business to consumer. And just like everything I've shared with you so far, there's some significant differences in the way that you want to market your business, market your service, market your product, market whatever, depending on whether you're selling to businesses or people. And this is why the next thing you're going to want to do is check out the video I have linked up right here on B2B versus B2C marketing. So make sure to check that out now, and I'll see you in the next episode.
Basically, B2B marketing typically focuses on fewer but larger customers, and B2C marketing on more but smaller customers. This means for B2B type marketing, you're going to have a little more incentive to put a little more punch behind your pitch because you're going to have to market to fewer customers.
There's so many things involved with marketing. So many different things involved with marketing. You have, and then, okay, so it just takes a little bit to get this done, but it's not as complicated as it turns out to be in the end. How would I say? Okay, so let's just do this, right? You have organic marketing, which is your posts and everything. So your posts, anything you do for free, that is free marketing right there. That's what we are talking about when we talk about organic marketing. Then there's paid marketing. Just means you paid somebody to do it for you, so you paid some money to have posts on Google ads or something like that. So there's Google ads, there's Facebook ads, there's Instagram ads, okay, right here. There's anything with ads on it. These are all ways to do your marketing, okay? That's the typical way to do it. But then he talked about a few different other marketing strategies that, you know, if you're going to put something out and you expect something back, if you're putting something out and you expect something back, but you're not really truly supposed to get anything back, there's just different ways. And I'm going to go ahead and in the description box below or in the comment section right here, I'm going to go ahead and put his link up because I think that he has it really, really good. He has nailed it to the T. I'm just going to go ahead and put his link so you guys can look at this a little bit later and actually maybe subscribe to his channel. So let me go ahead and get this real quick. So with that in mind, you know, we have a lot of studying to do, but at the same time, you know, we have it. We're there. We are there. We are there. Using now his name is Adam Earhart, and I'm already subscribed to his channel. I'm going to go ahead and put his name up here, and it is on on YouTube. You make it so we can actually. So when you type in his name in YouTube, you can definitely get it. You can get the marketing strategies and become a better marketer. I mean, literally, once you learn these things, it seems really, really simple. It gets down to the point where it's like, yes, you got this. You got this. So today's journey of literally making ourselves better, taking the next steps to success is not an easy thing. Okay. It is not an easy thing, but it definitely is rewarding. And it definitely is something that we need to do to make sure that we are moving forward in business. Now, I am here to answer any questions you may have. You can put it in the description. I know that Facebook, if you're on the Facebook page, I can see it, but not my personal Facebook. I can't see it. So I'm going to go and jump on over there on my phone because it's just easier for me to do that and see if you guys have any questions or concerns. And if you do, please don't hesitate to actually write it down. So I know Joe is back on Wednesday. Thank you, Joe, so much. And be safe on your flight. I wish you travelers mercies. And so that's pretty much it. We have 5 shares. Thank you guys so much for sharing and for actually being here and watching the program. And I'm going to go ahead and get Ellen on a specific show, and we will record her and then put her up on the podcast. That way we get her, because I don't want to miss out on what she has to say just because she can't log in on the video. So that's going to be really good. Okay. So the next person, when we're doing these live shows, a lot of times people just don't show up. They don't say anything. They don't show up. They don't, nothing. And so this is where I have to kind of improvise, but not so much improvise. I have so much to tell you guys, so much to say, but let's go ahead and let me get, and we're going to go ahead and move forward. I'm going to go and grab, I'm going to go ahead and grab Kelsey right here. I'm going to get her back. She's going to go ahead and log in, and we're going to be talking about her book, and she's going to give you some information of why she did what she did. Remember that Kelsey lost her baby, and she has a podcast. She's doing a podcast. She has a book on it, and we're going to be talking about that. So she's going to be logging back in any minute now. And, we all have something we need to get over. A lot of times, because we are getting over things, we can't move forward. Progress isn't always progress. Sometimes it seems like regress. And sometimes it seems like you're going backwards, but you're really not going backwards. Please don't believe you are. You're literally going forward by resolving the issues that happened in your past so that you can definitely have a great future. So as Kelsey gets ready to come back on, we're going to be talking more about marketing. Marketing is going to be the biggest thing that I'm going to touch on. But again, we're going to be doing a short ebook on the art of saying yes, but it's not going to be called that. It's going to be just yes, I guess, or whatever I'm going to call it. I have no idea. But definitely it's going to be about yes being no, about not being afraid to be, to get that rejection. Sometimes that rejection, let me tell you something, sometimes that rejection is something that you literally say, hallelujah, thank you. Goodness gracious. Oh my gosh. Thank you. Goodness, I didn't do that. I mean, how many times have you said that in the comment section? If you're watching even later on today or whenever you're watching, just type in yes. That's what I need to know. I need to know if you've ever been like, oh my gosh, thank goodness that did not go through. I know how that is. Sometimes it's just crazy. It's just crazy. So we're going to get Kelsey back on. And while we're waiting for her, I'm going to go ahead and talk about really quick your business plan. Do you have one? Some people just say, I'm going to do this, and they're going to go forward and they do it. And oh my gosh, they do it. And it's like, it's a disaster. We need to, Emily, yes. Yes. Awesome. Thank you. Sometimes we just need to have a business plan. What is a business plan? It's a note of what you want to do. That's all a business plan is right now. Right now, let's focus on that. This is your business plan. What do you want to do? You're going to write it down. Write it down. What do you want to do? What do you want to do? Or what are you doing? And it's not working, or you want it to be better. You know what I mean? You want it to come out better. You want it to grow. You want it to do. Okay, so we've got a business plan. We're going to make a plan to write it down. We're going to write it down. What is the next step after you write it down? The next step after you write your business plan down, or your business idea, or whatever the case may be, your next step is research. Research that sucker. Bring that thing down. Narrow it down. Music is huge. You can sing it, you can write it, you can compose it, you can mix it, master it, you can press it, you can do lyrics and videos. And where the heck do you want to live with your business? What do you literally want to do? Okay? What do you want to do with your business? That's what we're going to be talking about when we say research. Where the heck do you want to live? Where should you be living? Are you currently living in the wrong spot in the subject matter you want to be in? You know, literally, I have taught vocal lessons. Do I want to live there? No. Do I like giving vocal lessons? Yes. But is that something that I want to focus on? No. So where do I want to live? That's a part of the music industry. Vocal lessons is a part of the music industry. There are people out there that are making millions and millions and millions of dollars, and they're very famous people in the music industry giving vocal lessons. No, I do not want to do that. So where do I want to live? That's going to be the biggest part of your research, is where do you want to live? Do you want to live in your business? Where do you want to live in your business? What is the subject matter that you want? Where do you finite, really thin that out? Get pinpoint, like he said before. He said it before. I mean, we were looking at Adam, and Adam said, pinpoint where you want to be. Pinpoint it down to a T. You have to be so precise. And do you have a product, or do you have a non-tangible product, which might be like what I do? You can't hold it, you can't really, but you can listen to it. So literally, where do you want to be in your business? That's going to be the biggest thing. And I am literally, just saying, we all need to literally be very, very specific. So when you get your business idea, you write it down, you put it in there, you're going to research it, and then where do you want to live in your business? What do you want to do with your business? Where do you want this to go? How do you want to succeed in your business? This, to me, is amazing. Look at what I'm doing today. Look at what I'm doing today. This is, I wanted to do this. I'm doing it. I know it's a Monday. I know that people are at work. I love doing this when people are around as well. But at the same time, remember, I'm a singer. I work weekends. When can I do this? When I have the moment. And I leave it up so that people can actually be a part of it, and they can participate, and I can go back later and get their questions, answer their questions, and say, just do whatever I need to do to be a part and to service the people that are listening to this podcast, and to see them progress in their business. Because ultimately, Dream Chasers Radio is a podcast, radio, video interview platform to encourage you, encourage me, because I'm being selfish. Hey, I need it too, to encourage us all to go after our dreams and to show us the impossibilities that became possible. There you go. So research, and then make it plain. Where do you want to live? Where do you want your business to live on this platform, on your in your given field, in your selected field, and wherever you are? If you didn't select it, I know many people have just been thrust into different things. There's a gentleman that actually is a lookalike for Snoop Dogg, and people were like saying, "It's Snoop Dogg is in the house," and he's looking around going, "Where is he?" And it was him. But Snoop Dogg grabbed him because he looks so much like him that he grabbed him and said, "You're my double." And now he works hand in hand with Snoop Dogg. Did he choose that? No. It kind of chose him. So it doesn't matter whether you chose the field you're in or whether it chose you. Where do you want to live in your field? That's going to be the next question. We do have Kelsey on the show right now. Girlfriend, what's up?
Hey.
Hey. So we're going to go ahead and have you on the show. I say that, this is live. And we're doing this live right now. And if you're watching a little bit later, thank you so much for tuning in. We're going to have Kelsey talk about her book, talk about all the things that she's been through and why her book is and all that. Kelsey, this is your floor, girlfriend. I might come in and smile a little bit. All right, here we go.
All right. So I wrote the book, Face Everything and Rise. It is a memoir about my experience with abortion. And the book, a lot of people hear the A word and they get real scared and they back off. But I'm here to tell you that it's not your average story. We found out at 17 weeks pregnant that our daughter Hope had osteogenesis imperfecta type 2, which is the lethal version of brittle bone disease. So all of the bones in her body were broken, including her ribs that were breaking in on her heart and her lungs. And we made the difficult decision, my husband and I, to terminate the pregnancy because she was suffering. She also was threatening my life as well. And so we had to make that decision. And along the way, there were some challenges with the laws that were in place that made it so that they asked, 6 times if I wanted to be there while I was there for the appointment. They did not allow my husband back in the room with me for the final stage of the procedure. So my support system wasn't there. And it's all based in these laws that are wrapped around these clinics that caused this trauma and caused this harm because the providers were incredibly compassionate towards me. So, it's been a journey. And from developing post-traumatic stress disorder from the procedure to being incredibly depressed about losing our daughter Hope, it's just finding that strength to rise even in that unparalleled grief and struggle. And so while I was writing the book, I started going on what my husband and I have called our truth tour. Because not many people knew what really happened to Hope. They knew that we had lost her, but not how we lost her. And really, the truth set us free. And as we told friends, as we told family members, it was amazing how many women came forward and said, I've been through something similar. I've had to have an abortion. I've lost a child. I've lost a pregnancy. I've been where you are, and I've struggled with support. We call it the silent scream that people go through when they lose a child or lose a pregnancy. And we have decided as a society that that's okay, that we don't talk about it. And people are suffering because of that. So what I've done is founded a nonprofit that surrounds the silent scream. Because after a procedure, they give you 4 phone numbers for support. They give you the suicide hotline, They give you the abortion support hotline, which is a lot like the suicide hotline. They give you a psychiatrist's phone number, which at the time was 3 hours away from where I lived, and telehealth wasn't a thing yet. And then they also gave us the after hours phone number for the clinic, because if you go to the emergency room, they won't understand how to treat you after the procedure that you've just had, which is scary in itself. And that's it. Those are the 4 phone numbers you get support from after you've had an abortion. And so I founded From the Green Desk to be added to that list of support. I founded the Green Desk to provide coaching as well as group therapy to women who have lost children, lost families. Yeah, that's my book, Face Everything and Rise. Um, I founded those things to help provide the support that people aren't getting, and my services are free. We also have a blog that goes um, with the healing as well, and then a podcast that's coming uh, at the end of April, or not the end of April, at the end of March. We also will be starting what I've come to call narrative meditation. So that way I can walk people through the steps that it took to write the book and process the trauma in layers. So we're doing a lot of things. We also do some advocacy work on top of that, with our different avenues of just making people aware of the reproductive laws that are going into place and things like that. Yeah, that's my book. It's got my daughter's footprints on the front cover.
Oh wow. Oh wow. I wanted to ask you, it's it's really hard sometimes to go through this with this support that you're giving other people. Is that also helping you?
It is. It truly is. Um, you know, Releasing the book out into the world. It actually just had its international press release on Friday. Um, Releasing out into the world has really helped breathe a new life into me, and then being able to be there for other women who, or just folks out there that have been through it. It's an incredibly helpful, loving feeling. And the book ends with the Women's March in 2021 in October, and how there, I carried a sign for my daughter Hope and I that said that my baby was suffering and I would have died. And there could be anything that could have happened to me carrying that sign, and instead women held their hands to their hearts and embraced me and loved me and cried with me and prayed with me. And I believe that it's my duty to pass that kind of love and support on to other people.
Hmm. How long did it take you to write this book? I mean, and while you were writing it, did you go through the emotion all over again?
Oh yeah. It took me it took me about
Yeah, that's my little
right.
puppy.
Yeah. I do that all the time
Oh yeah.
with my dogs. Uh yeah, so it took me about 6 months to write the book. It started because the Texas heartbeat bill was getting dusted up in Texas at the time in June, and I was so outraged by it that the book just came pouring out of me. At first I was like, "Oh, where do I start? Where do I start?" And then, I do take medication for my flashbacks for post traumatic stress, but it doesn't stop everything. So when I would have a flashback, I would write it down because I was already immersing myself, not not consciously immersing myself, but it was already happening. Oh, there's my cat. Um, I was already immersing myself in that memory. So I took it and I used it as a vehicle and got it out of my head and onto paper. And, as the flashbacks were happening, as the memories came back, I would write 15, 20 pages at a time, and it all came pouring out. Yeah.
The dog is barking. The kids are talking. It's wonderful. It's good to be a little bit more normal too. I know that you're having flashbacks, but how have you been doing lately?
I've been doing really well lately. Being able to advocate and to help other people is what I'm about. I've worked in the nonprofit world for the last 11 years, and to be able to be there for other people and to be able to use my experiences and find meaning in all of my pain and all of my grief is incredibly freeing. And to be able to spread that kind of love to folks who really need it the most is, I feel like, the best work that I could do. And right now, a lot of what I post about, a lot of what I'm sharing about is advocacy, because between May and August, there's going to be a lot of movement in the States so far as reproductive rights goes, in the opposite direction, in the cracking down on reproductive rights side of things. So what I've done is I actually started a free fundraiser to help do something called the 50 States Challenge. And with the 50 States Challenge, we are going to change the narrative that's going on in Washington surrounding reproductive rights. Right now, they're very much so in the slut shaming, into the, women are just lining up and going to clubs and then going to get an abortion. And they have this whole funky, nasty narrative in their minds about who needs this healthcare. My book says something different, that a loving parent needed this healthcare to take care of a suffering child and to take care of herself and save her own life. So what I want to do is make sure that I am taking this book and I'm printing it at cost, and I'm sending it to every senator, every governor, and our president, as well as the Supreme Court justices, to put it in their hands and say, look, this is the narrative. This is the words of someone who needed this healthcare. This is who you're wrapping laws against, and that's what's causing harm.
We need to do that. We definitely need to do that. Everybody here knows about the laws. It's so hard to get something passed. It's like pulling teeth sometimes, and it doesn't matter whether it's good or bad. It's like pulling teeth. Like the other day, last week, did you know the Emmett Till no lynching law just went into effect in the United States? Which means criminal prosecutions on lynching now can be done now. We're in 2022. What the heck? Did I even know that I could be lynched and nothing could go wrong with the person that did it? I think they could continue to live their lives.
Yeah, it's insane. Insane.
To me, it's like, you got to be kidding me. I can't believe that happened. I can't believe that we didn't have lynching laws before last week.
Yeah.
So, literally, these laws need to be put in place today.
Yeah.
Today. To protect the mom, the dad, the sister, the brother, the person. What if it's your family member? Do you know, I have black and white family members. What if, it's your cousin who happens to be black, gets lynched, and nothing gets done about it? Yeah. That's terrible.
Yeah.
That's your family. You love them, you know, just because of the color of their skin, just because they like your baby. And I'm so sorry to hear, you know, but it's like your baby, the laws and all that needs to be changed. That needs to be changed so that we can protect the person carrying the child as well as the child, because that child, if born, would have never even had a chance.
No, the rate of survival is 0. If she would have made it out of the womb, she would have suffocated
Oh my
because her
gosh.
lungs wouldn't have developed. So that would be the life that the very short, if she would have had a life, it would have been nothing but suffering.
I'm so sorry to bring you through this again. But I mean,
Okay.
you know, like you said, there's so many people out there that have suffered. Ellen has suffered. She lost her child, and you know, and like I said, we went down the ideal person that you are trying to reach, and it really does trickle down into, you know, people like your family members and grandparents and brothers and sisters and aunts and uncles and all of that. It really truly affects everyone all the way down the line. I want to thank you so much for being on the show. What kind of a you know, motivation can you give our listeners today when it comes to writing a book and being transparent and putting it all out like you just did?
The sooner that you live and lean into your truth, the better. Uh, we waited 4 years to do our truth tour with our family and with our friends. And it was the hardest thing to let live in our hearts for so long. So make sure that you share your truth early, and make sure that you love and lean into it, and that you find help and find support early. And if you need someone to listen to, my Calendly link is right on the services page for fromthegreendesk.com. I would be happy to talk to you. Oh, fromthegreendesk.com. If you go to thegreendesk.com, you'll go
Yeah.
to somewhere in
Uh
oh,
oh.
whoop.
From.
Yep, fromthegreendesk.com. If you don't add that from, you go to
Got it.
a work share space in New York.
Oh no. No, don't do that. Don't
No,
don't
don't
do
do
that.
that.
From thegreendesk.com if you need help. Definitely thank you so much, Kelsey, for being on this program. I am truly in love with what you've done. You've helped so many different women, and we're going to go ahead and put that link for the book in the description as well. So you guys, actually in the comment section. So you guys, if you're interested, you can just go ahead and click on it. It'll take you straight there to the Amazon link. I'm putting it right now, so that way you guys can actually get that. So thank you so much again, Kelsey. It's been such a pleasure. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And I appreciate you so much. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you so much for having me. I really appreciate it.
Anytime, anytime. We're going to have to do this again.
Yeah, for sure.
Yes, this is fun. This is fun. All right, then, Kelsey. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
All right. All right, bye. I tell you, you know, we literally have to just support each other. We don't know what we're going through, and it's turned into somewhat of a, you know, a mission for her to actually get this word out and to talk about it and to help those who are going through the trauma of actually losing a child. This is not, like I said, you know, if you chose your business and that's what you did, but this, she didn't choose this is not something she chose, it chose her. And so whatever you're doing today, whatever you're going to do, you know, make sure that you're doing it and pinpointing the people you need to actually target so that you're reaching the right person. I have Emily on the line. I have her twice. I don't know which one to get. She's like double, she's in there. She's in there. Hello.
Hi, I'm here.
Oh, yes, yes, yes. Awesome. You're here twice.
I'm echoing too. That's probably the second one, and I can't figure out how to not be there.
Okay, so give me 1 second. I'm going to kick this one from there. And she left. Both of them are gone now. I kicked one out and they're both gone. It's okay. She'll come back. Come back. Come back. Come back. Okay, there she is. There she is. Okay, so let's see. I kicked one out and I lost both of my girls. Hold on a second. Let me just go ahead and add this. I kicked one out and you both left.
Well, I'm here now.
Hi, Emily. How are you?
Aloha. I am just great.
Awesome, awesome. So I'm going to go ahead and give you the floor, and you just go ahead and talk about, yourself and what you're doing today. Okay.
Okay.
Awesome.
Well, that's what we just were talking about was so poignant, and it has to do with what I do too. I lost my first pregnancy at 20 weeks, which is halfway through, and it was so many years ago. I didn't even know you could lose a pregnancy. I'd never heard of anybody losing one. I thought there was something terribly wrong with me, and I had no one to talk to. So if you know anybody in a situation like that, just be there for them. That's so important, so very, very important. And I'm here today because I work a lot with grief. I've had 2 husbands die, and ironically, they died of the same thing. The second husband wasn't diagnosed when we got together, so it was kind of strange. But I've got lots of experience in grieving and loss, and lots beyond my 2 husbands. My parents, my sister just died a year ago, and lots of friends. So I found myself wanting to do something about it, not quite sure what to do next. And I have been teaching writing at the university level for a lot of years, and I've published 3 college textbooks. And so I thought, I could write about this. So I started writing, not for anybody else to read, just journaling and writing for myself. And it was helping me a lot. And I found different ways that I could write, different things that I could write that helped me, some more than others. And I thought, I wish I could share this with other people. But we had moved to Maui, where I am now, 2 years before Ron died, because he had lived here years before I knew him, and he loved it. And when he realized how sick he was, he didn't really claim being sick, but he realized that his time was limited, and he wanted to be on Maui. So we moved here. And so I didn't know I knew people. I had friends, very close friends that we developed that we call ohana here, which is the Hawaiian word for family. And I love them, but none of them were currently dealing with any fresh grief. So I decided I would put a little thing on Meetup and say I'm writing through grief, and it's really working for me. And if you'd like me to help you do that too, come on over to my house. And this was before the pandemic, so they did. They were able to come, and we'd write together and talk about it, and it was just wonderful. And they got so much out of it. And I also realized during this time, I actually one of my husband's really good friends died a few months after he did. He was a lot younger. We were family friends, and he called my husband Dad, that much younger. And he just dropped dead. There was no warning. His family hadn't had a chance to prepare or think about it. And I was so concerned for his wife. So I wrote her right away and said, these are the things that you need to concentrate on right now. And these are the things you don't need to deal with right now. And I got the letter to her within hours. And she told me later how much that helped her, because nobody talked to her about things like that. Everybody was either grieving themselves and expressing that, or just being sorry for her, but not really helping. And I thought, wow, I can do more than this. So I decided to write her a note every week for a year. So I take lots of pictures here on Hawaii on my phone. They turn out pretty well. And I thought, well, I'll just put a picture on the front, and then inside I'll write something that has to do with, as she moves through that first year, the different things that she would deal with. And I thought before I did that, I better make a list to be sure I could think of 52 things. So I did. And when I finished the list, I thought, oh, wow, I've got an outline for a book. So I got an agent, and she got me a publisher, and I wrote the book, and it came out, and it was doing well, and I was enjoying working on getting the word out about the book. But I kept thinking, I've got to do something more, something else, and something was missing. So what I decided to do was let me back up a little bit. What I thought about was a book that I'd read after my other husband died called that's my book, called Happy for No Reason, written by Marcy Shimoff. And Marcy Shimoff is an incredible person. She was one of the people in the movie The Secret, and she's written several books that have been on the New York Times bestsellers, including some of the Chicken Soup for the Soul's book, the ones related to women. Those were her books that she was responsible for. So she also wrote Love for No Reason. And I thought, happiness, that's what's missing. Because a lot of times people think that once their loved one dies, they don't know if they'll ever be happy again. And you can probably ask just about anyone who's dying what they want for their loved one after they're gone, and they'd say, I want them to be happy. And so I thought, if I could combine this, and then I discovered she had a training program to be a Happy for No Reason trainer. So I signed up right away, and now I'm a certified Happy for No Reason trainer. And I've shifted everything into grief and happiness so that people can deal with grief and happiness at the same time. And I think this is really important, especially in business. I know a lot of you are in business, and so many times people just expect you to bounce right back and go right back to work like nothing ever happened. One of my friends told me that he went back to work after 3 days, and his dad had been sick for a long time, and he'd been dealing with things with him for a long time, and they had the funeral, and 3 days after the funeral, he had to go back to work. They didn't allow him any personal time for just something like grief. And he was somber when he went back to work. And his boss came over to him and he said, aren't you over that yet? We need you to get to work and not be distracted by things outside of the workplace. And I thought, how tragic is that we live in a world where people don't have compassion. And I would venture to say the boss probably hadn't lost somebody yet. So it's important to know your limits, know what you can do when you're feeling that loss and you're at work. And the thing that I emphasize most with people when they say, what's the first thing you do when you're grieving, when it first happens? And I always say, take good care of yourself, because often people don't pay attention to themselves. I know I spend a lot of time in bed or on the couch because I just didn't feel like doing anything. However, that was okay because I just didn't feel like doing anything at that point. I knew I would someday feel like that again. And when I did, it felt really good to get up and around. But when I couldn't do more than that, that's what I did. That was all I could do, and it was okay. Some people eat way too much. Some people don't eat nearly enough. It's real easy to just not take care of yourself at that time. So it's very, very important to recognize that that's what's happening with you so that you can do something about it. And with me, after Ron died, since I had been through this twice and I was in a new place, I knew some people, but not a lot of people. And I just wasn't sure what I was going to do. I still do teach, but it's just part-time, and I do it online because the university's in California and I'm in Maui. So I'm able to do that. But I found myself searching for my purpose now, because I'd kind of felt like I knew what my purpose was before, but I kind of felt purposeless, I guess you could say, after Ron died. And so I journaled about that a lot and said, what is it that I really want to do? What could make my life be the best it could be? And I realized that I could really help people with their grief, and that I was helping people by all the writing groups that I was doing and the book that I had written. And I realized that my purpose was to help others deal with their grief And it's been very fulfilling for me. And I highly recommend looking for what your purpose is if you're not sure. And it doesn't have to be in grief. It can just be in life in general, because if you've got a purpose that you know, then you've got something to focus on, and everything else revolves around that. And it's really important. But when you are first in grief, people say, well, what do I do? And as I said, take care of yourself, but you can also read. I wrote everything that I could find on grief. And it wasn't just like more academic kind of books. It was novels about someone who had lost their husband and what they did, or someone who had had a loved one die and what they did. And they were very interesting. One of the books was about a woman who learned how to paint. And I thought, well, that sounds like fun. So I've been dabbling with painting. I thought I couldn't draw. I've always thought I couldn't draw, but I took a drawing class and I now love drawing. And it really helps me. It's kind of a way of meditation for me to be able to work on a drawing. So find something that's just for you, something that makes you happy when you do it, and doesn't necessarily have to do with anybody or anything else, your job or your family or anything. It's just for you. And that can help a whole lot. Another thing that's important for people to do when they're grieving is to find, I guess you call it your tribe, other people that are like you, so that you can have conversations and be able to get it. Because I know a lot of times when I say anything about one of my husband's, people will get uncomfortable and change the subject or something, but you don't have to do that. You can find people that you can get together with. And I did kind of a search to do that. I knew that I didn't want to go to a group where everybody was sad and would sit and cry, because that's exactly what I didn't want to do. I wanted to be able to breathe and be comfortable with myself and comfortable with the people that I was around. And I heard about something that we had here on Maui, called the Death Cafe. And I thought, that sounds really weird. But somebody that I knew was going to it, and she asked me to come along. And it was just what I needed. And they have them all over the country. And the one in Maui met at a Mexican restaurant. And we ate nachos and drank beer and talked about our experiences. And it was really good. I met people, a full age range. Wasn't all women. A lot of times you see all women in a grief group, but it was a variety of people. And it wasn't, we laughed as well as cried. And it was such a good place to be. I really, really liked that. But again, I wanted to do more. And so I was thinking that wouldn't it be good to have people come together and who are grieving or dealing with any kind of loss, actually, and be able to write about it and be happy, because I wanted the combination of grief and happiness. And so I got this idea of doing a grief and happiness alliance, which would be a group of people who would come together to talk about, deal with their grief, do some writing, learn some happiness practices, and make new friends, and do it on Zoom, because it was still when we were pretty locked down. But I thought, is this just an idea I have? When I was a little girl, the kids in the neighborhood used to say, oh, there's Emily and her crazy ideas. So I wanted to be sure it wasn't a crazy idea. So I asked a bunch of friends to do a pilot program with me. They were from all over the country. All of them had been or were currently dealing with some kind of loss. And we met for a while and talked about what my concept was. I facilitated like a session like it would be when we actually held the meetings. And then after that, we talked some more about it and what to do. And they all really liked it a lot. And I said, my problem is, I know when you do something, if you pay for it in some way, it seems to have value and you'll keep coming back. And that was important to me, to have them keep coming back. But I didn't want to charge them anything, because I felt that it's anybody who's dealing with grief doesn't need to pay for some help. And it wasn't like it was therapy or, I was a professional in the field or anything like that. So I expressed that to him, but it still costs to do things. It costs, for your Zoom subscription, there's for getting the word out. There's a lot of little things that you have to pay for. And they said, well, let's just form a nonprofit. And the value for your people who enroll would be they're being able to come to this and have this service as a gift to them specifically from the Grief and Happiness nonprofit organization. So they did. They created that organization. I created the groups. We meet every Sunday online, and more people are coming all the time. And it's fun. And I've met some really cool people, and they get to know each other, and that's also wonderful. And I'm really happy to do that. They're even, since this is going to be recorded, I'm not sure this would be specific, but next Sunday, which would be the 20th of March.
This is live, so we're good.
Yeah.
We're good.
Okay, so the 20th of March, we have a free, not a free, it's at no charge to you, because it is valuable, because it takes a lot of time and energy and things to put this on. But it's like a mini retreat. And all the members of the board of the nonprofit are going to do different things, from yoga to creating origami butterflies to doing a writing practice to learning some happiness practices. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Wow. So let me stop you real quick. Where can people find this?
You can look at the website called griefandhappiness.com. And at griefandhappiness.com, on the banner, there's you can click for special events, and it tells all about it, what the time is, and the sign up link is there, and they can go to that from there. And we'd love to have anybody come, because it's really special. We've been working on it for a long time.
Awesome.
So that's a kind of a gift to you. And if you know somebody, maybe you're not in that position that you want to know anything about that now, but everybody grieves, usually frequently in their lifetime. So if you know somebody who's in that position now, please share that information to them. It can be the best thing that you can do for them.
Yeah, definitely. We got that right here, griefandhappiness.com. And this is what it looks like. So you guys can actually go there and look at it and go on that retreat. That would be wonderful. I'm going to go ahead and back out. Go ahead and do your thing, Emily. You're doing an amazing job. Thank you so much.
Okay, you're welcome. I love to talk about these things. I thought I'd tell you a little bit about the writing we do, because there's all different kinds of writing. We do different things every time we meet. It's not the same old, just take some time and journal in your book. It's I give you something to focus on, and you can write. And some of the things that they find very valuable, one of them is gratitude. You hear a lot about gratitude anymore. It got to be kind of a buzzword, but I take it seriously, because it really helped me. After Jacques died, who was my first husband that died, I was not in a good place. I was by myself. I was sad. I stayed lonely because I had no desire to be around anybody. And it was really hard. And a couple different friends of mine were concerned about me, and they both suggested to me that I watch the movie The Secret. So I did, and I thought, well, this doesn't have anything to do with me. But Marcy Shimoff was in that. She's the person who did the Happy for No Reason training program, and a lot of other people too. And it was. Now I look at it as a really good movie, but at the time I couldn't relate to it. But at the end, it said to write down a list of things you're grateful for. And I thought, my husband's gone. What can I be grateful for? But I thought, I don't need to resist this. I can try. And I wrote a list, and the list kept getting longer, and I wasn't repeating myself. And I started thinking about things to be grateful for. I got to the point where I created a notebook in my purse in case I thought about something that I was grateful for I didn't want to lose, and I wanted to write it down right then. And the more I wrote down the things that I was grateful for in my life, the more I realized that my life actually was pretty good and I didn't have to be sad all the time. So I still write down at least 3 things every single day that I'm grateful for. And that really helps. It helps me to be happy, even while grieving. And so I really recommend that. Another thing that we write about is forgiveness, because generally there's somebody or something that you need to forgive. And as long as you've got that, it like is a barrier for you from your good and from your happiness. And I have found that when I really forgive people, I don't feel like I really have anybody that I need to forgive anything of right now. And it's like that old thing that they say about taking the weight of the world off your shoulders. It makes a huge difference if you're not carrying around that anger or whatever it is that comes from something somebody else did or you perceived that they did. And one of the happiness practices that I teach that goes along with this is called Ho'oponopono. Now that's a Hawaiian traditional thing that you do, and anybody can do it and can do it to anybody. Nelson Mandela was on Robben Island and actually imprisoned. I think it was a total of 27 years. And at the beginning, he was beaten, he was spat upon, he was deprived of food. It was a horrible, horrible situation. And he decided he was going to be there for a long time, and he didn't want to have that be happening the whole time. So he started forgiving his guards. He didn't fight back. He didn't talk back. He would be kind with them. And they finally got to the point where they couldn't do that with him anymore. And they finally started to actually love him and respect him. And he got extra food instead of deprived of food. He was in a really good place, to the point that when he became president of South Africa, some of his guards from prison were his bodyguards. And that is a story of the power of forgiveness. And Ho'oponopono is something that's a very old tradition here in Hawaii. And it became well known when there was a doctor who was working with the criminally insane population on the island, who were in a facility for that, and in a place where there were other people dealing with mental issues. And people were having a really hard time working with these people. So he started using Ho'oponopono. And he didn't ever see the people face to face. He just read their charts, read about them, thought about them, and said this over and over again for each of the people. And as he did that, people started being able to be transferred off that ward until eventually they didn't have a use for the ward anymore. And that's pretty powerful. So the Ho'oponopono technique is 4 sentences that you say about somebody. And the first sentence is, I'm sorry. The second sentence is, please forgive me. The next sentence is, thank you. And the last sentence is, I love you. And you'll find if you do that over and over again with a relationship or with whoever it is that you would like to, it doesn't have to be somebody you know. It could be somebody right now who's doing something in the world that you see is bad and wrong. And if we all in the world were saying that over and over again, it could really change the way things are going on. So that's kind of basically what I wanted to talk about today. If there are any questions or anything else that I can tell you, I would be happy to talk about that too. I encourage you to go to my website. Also, my podcast is griefandhappiness.com.
Yeah.
It comes out every week, and I'd love to have you listen to that.
Awesome. So I wanted to go ahead and write that down. So you said the questions. What were the questions? What was number 1?
Okay. Number was, I'm sorry.
Okay, so the replies, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Number 2 is, please forgive me.
Mm-hmm.
The third one is thank you.
Okay.
And the last one is I love you.
Powerful.
It really is. It really
Very
is
powerful.
transformational.
Oh yeah. Powerful. I mean, I'm looking at it and I'm like, yeah, that's powerful. That's really powerful. Wow. Well, I want to thank you so much, Emily, for being on the show. I know we have you at griefandhappiness.com. We also have you at loving and living your way through grief.com. So we have those two sites right there. Thank you so much for being on the show. I am sure that there's going to be questions a little bit later because we've actually started conducting this a little bit early in on a Monday. But, I'm a singer. This is when we can do it. So we're going to leave this out there for people to actually comment and leave your comments below. We're going to take each section and actually make them smaller so we can put them up as well so people can actually just look at your section. But most definitely, thank you so much for being on the show and going through grief and in the process of healing. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Thank you. I love you. That's powerful.
It is.
That's definitely.
I wanted to say too, that second website that you mentioned, loving and living your way through grief.com. That's the name of my book too. And it's available any place books are sold. Loving and living your way through grief.
Yeah,
Thank you so much.
No problem. Anytime. And they can go there and they can get that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, great. All right. I think we did see the book because I think I got you confused a little bit.
It's okay. It's fine.
Right. Well, thank you so much. I appreciate it. And anytime, man, I tell you, you're welcome back anytime. We can talk about something different, a different aspect. There's so much to healing and loss that, we can go into it. It could take all day, probably all week, leader, and then questions and back and forth. So we'll have to do this again.
Okay. That's
all right. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And we're loving and living your way through grief. And also don't forget about griefandhappiness.com as well as their retreat, right? You have the retreat, right? Okay. So if you didn't get any of that, just go ahead and go to griefandhappiness.com or lovingandlivingyourwaythroughgrief.com and you'll contact Emily if you just don't remember anything.
Okay. That's great.
All right, guys. All right, Emily, thank you so much.
My pleasure.
All right, bye. Wow. That just, look at that. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Thank you. And I love you. That is powerful. That is powerful. I mean, again, you can't move forward in your life if you're always living in the past. And unfortunately, some of us have some really, really deep wounds we have to heal. But in order to go through life, you have to go through the past life. You have to dive in there and find out how you can use your troubles and your past to actually help people maybe in your future or to help yourself. So we're looking at these 4 things. And if it's good enough for Nelson Mandela, it's good enough for anybody. I'm telling you what, because that man was a saint. I absolutely love this. I think that this is powerful. And if you can use this, please do grab it, pause this video so that you can actually write this down, put this in your journal and make it a lifelong mission to do this so that your future is bright. We have one more person on the show unexpectedly. And I want to welcome her to the show. It's Kristen Grant. What's up, girlfriend? How you doing?
Hey, Yaya. Thank you for having me on.
Oh, you know what? She was like, I'm here. And I'm like, oh, really? You here? Okay. Are you coming on? Don't do that to me unless you're serious about it, especially when I'm live. I really appreciate it. I really appreciate you coming on at the last minute. I'm going to go ahead and give you the platform. And you tell everybody what you do and who you are.
Okay. So on the heels of Emily's talk, and by the way, I attended the Ho'oponopono seminar some years ago with the doctor that really put it out there, in the world, wrote the book and such. And what I recall, just so you don't stress yourself out, what's the next sentence? What's the next one? You can say those phrases. I'm sorry. I love you. Please forgive me. Thank you, in any order. It's all the same. So that's what I learned at the seminar. I just wanted to throw that in. And also my specialty is kind of the frequency of words. I'm a singer-songwriter, which I absolutely love. I think music has amazing frequencies. I don't have to convince you of that. I also have a children's empowerment book called Be Friendship Focused. Yeah, and then my other kind of off the cuff specialty is based upon, well, I wrote a book about it. It's called Relation Shift: How to Write the Words You Really Want to Say. So I was a psychotherapist for many years. I was also an energy worker. I was trained in many different modalities. One was called SHEN, Somatic Human Energy Nexus, I think was the acronym for that. But I put my own flavor, my own spin on that. And it was amazing because you work with the Kundalini energy field, part of the electromagnetic field that deals with emotions. So just as Yaya was saying, our stories, our life experiences, the good, the bad, and the ugly, is really boils down to the matter of how am I perceiving this? And how am I going to make whatever situation, how am I going to spin it and actually learn, grow, evolve from it no matter what? Yeah. And so with the subject that Emily was just talking about, and I believe it might have been kind of a theme for today, is grief and loss. I help people to find the words they really want to say, and that includes my ghost writing for their love letters. I call them inspired heart letters, and I have a whole chapter in my book based on grief and loss because I've helped people to find the words for eulogies. And when I say that, I'm not speaking for that person. I do it through them. I channel into it. Now, let me give you an example of that. There was a lady that was having some real issues in her marriage. And I helped her to write a love letter, an inspired heart letter to her husband, because after all, when you receive a letter, it's not a conversation where you can have that, yeah, but, or you're not really listening because you're perhaps in a power struggle, or you're in shock, or you're intimidated, or you shut down the person who's trying to communicate, etc. So letters are absorbed and read and contemplated and reread. And I might also add, people don't throw away a letter. It's not like a text message with an emoji. It's a letter. It takes consideration and thought. So again, I'm pretty intuitive. And what I've done for literally hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people is help them to write their messages. So back to my story. So there was this woman who was struggling with her relationship. And I wrote her inspired heart letter, which totally rebooted her marriage. And about 6 months later, and it's always up to the client to say, well, I actually had some coaching, some consults on this. I had to really do a deeper dive to come to what my real truth is to share with you so we can transform the situation. At any rate, like I said, it's up to them. 6 months after their marriage was in a great place, her husband's father suddenly passes away quite unexpectedly. He was not his natural or biological dad, but he came into his life when he was about 3 years old. His biological father had passed away when he was a baby, and he also had a sister. And so he called his stepdad, if you will, Gary. And Gary was, I think he was a man of uniform. He was either in the military or the police or something like that. And this son really tried to emulate this stepdad. He just adored him. So he too became, I think, a cop or something. But anyway, so Gary, the stepfather, suddenly passes away. His wife calls me and she says, Christine, I need your help. And I mean, I need your help. My husband is just falling apart. He can't pull it together. He's so stricken by Gary's sudden death. And he asked me to please help him to write a eulogy because we've got to go back to Las Vegas and be present at this big family reunion and the blah, blah, blah. So I said, absolutely no problem. When do you need this? And she said, 15 minutes. And I've said, 15 minutes? Okay. She goes, yeah, we're hopping on a plane. So I literally interviewed this lady for 5 minutes, wrote the eulogy in 10 minutes, and emailed it over to her. I had no time to second guess what I had written. It just totally came through. She calls me from the airport. And she said, Christine, he literally burst into tears on the airplane when he read it. And he said, I don't ever remember telling you that Gary used to sing Johnny Cash songs. And he did. He sang all those old songs. And just reading this, it brought back a flood of memories. Well, while I was writing this man's eulogy, I actually heard like this guy singing in what sounded like he was in the shower singing a Johnny Cash song. I even saw a pair of cowboy boots in a home. It's like, and so I wrote this, and it's just to kind of give you an example about the intuition and the messages that come through me. Again, I've helped people to compose at this point. I think we're heading on up to about 450 letters for any type of relationship struggle. And the stories are so amazing that I literally said to myself, I don't need to do therapy. I'm done. I want to do this. And so it's my own little method, my gift to the world, if you will, is to help people find those words. So prior to that, my daughter was terribly bullied in middle school. And she's so gorgeous. I mean, inside and out. My daughter, when she was not even quite 3, she spoke early, which I think a lot of females tend to do. And she woke me up one morning and said, Mommy, I had the most beautiful dream. I said, really? What did you dream, sweetie? And she said, I dream I'd be in a rainbow room of color talking to a lady in a long blue dress. And I went, what? What are you talking about? What did she say? Mommy, she said, kindness and love are the colors of my heart. And I jump out of bed and I'm like, what did she say? Kindness and love are the colors of my heart. My heart, Mommy, kindness and love. My daughter is 26. She has her own little 3-year-old, a son, and she remembers that dream vividly. Well, by the time she got to middle school, so she's this very artistic, sweet, wonderful girl, just the kindest person I've ever met. And she starts getting bullied by the mean girls. And my heart went out to her. I mean, she just didn't understand it. She's an only child. So I went back to the National Mean Girls Conference in Orlando, Florida. And I'm not joking, that was the name. And I happened to meet the producers who happened to give me a ride to the airport. And I was sharing about my daughter's dilemma. At this time, I was also a school psychologist. And anyhow, they asked me if I would speak at their national conference the following year. And about a month before I was to head to Vegas to speak at the conference, I woke up and went, oh my goodness gracious, I need a product. And within 3 weeks, the Be Friendship Focused guide was downloaded to me, complete with subtle energy exercises that I wrote in palatable language for school districts, after school programs, etc. And my daughter and I, she's so artistic, I'm looking for it right now, we created the A to Z power cards. So we created an inspirational card deck for for children who could choose a card like an oracle. It has our paintings on the cards, and then it has a conversation opening statement also. And so that was such a fun and cathartic experience for my daughter Alana and I to do. So I self-published and off we went. And I ended up speaking around the United States for about 2 years. My book was picked up by a publisher, and but I couldn't really before. I was trying to sell enough books and cards to help pay for my airfare and lodging, because by and large speakers are not paid on those kinds of venues. But I love children so much. So that was really wonderful. And if anyone's interested, we revised the book this past year, and added the cards in this 8.5 by 11 book called Be Friendship Focused. And so anyone can get it. And this is the cover of the book. You can see that, by little old me, Christine with a K, Grant. And like I said, has here's one of our paintings we did. Oops, can't see it too well. A horse, the word noble. I mean, who uses that word anymore? And it's being awesome, honorable, loyal, brave, and doing the right thing. So you can ask a child, what does that mean, doing the right thing? You know, what does that mean in your life? That kind of situation. I worked also as a school psychologist up until June of 2020. And I'll share this story. I had a young boy. I was working with severely emotionally disturbed teens. And so this one boy, he was about 15 years old. And because of the COVID situation, we had to do phone calls, not even Zoom calls. And a lot of the kids were really suffering with the social isolation and such. Talk about grieving. They were grieving. Their world came crashing down in a sense. So anyhow, this one young man, and the district I worked for, it was in a lower socioeconomic neighborhood with a lot of gang activity and such. And, so sometimes there was, violence in the neighborhood, and it wasn't the most peaceful place to live. I'll put it that way. Anyhow, this young boy, I called him on the phone and I said, "How are you feeling?" And he said, "Not very well at all. I'm just so upset." And he went on about how lonely he felt, how depressed he was feeling, how, he didn't know if the world was ever going to get back, et cetera, et cetera. So I said, well, okay, then enough about you. What have you done for someone else? What do you mean? I said, well, people do acts of kindness. It's called random acts of kindness, not because someone deserves it or expects it, but just because they mean something to you. So this is your homework assignment. You can either maybe give one of your parents a really heartfelt compliment, and nothing like, "Oh, I like your shirt," or "I think you're cool." No, something very a bit more deeper, and something that would be meaningful and personal for them, or anyone you know of. Do something kind. Do something out of your normal day. I called this young man the following week, and he said, "You are going to be so proud of me." I said, "Really? Why?" And he goes, "Wait till you hear what I did." I said, "Okay, I'm all ears. What is it?" He said, "Well, there's this little boy," and I think he lived in an apartment. And he said, "There's this little boy that's one of my neighbors, and his parents fight constantly. And the police came and actually took his dad away in handcuffs. And he hasn't seen his dad now for, I think it's been almost 2 weeks. And I think he has major depression, this little guy." And I said, oh, really? And I said, well, so tell me what you did. He said, well, I always knew he wanted to be a baseball player when he grew up. So I went to this kid's store and I got him a kid, because this little boy was like 6 or 7. And he said, I got him a little kid's baseball bat, a mitt, the ball, and my mom had a fancy balloon. We put strings around everything. I went over to his house. I put the gifts on the front door. I rang the doorbell and I ran away. So he didn't even stick around to see anyone receive the gifts. And I said, you ran away? And he goes, yeah. And I said, okay. I said, well, so how do you feel? He goes, I haven't felt this good in a really long time. And I said, wow. I said, you made that little guy's day, didn't you? And he goes, I think I did. I really do. So that little story always touches my heart, because children are the future. And my heart does go out to them. And that's why creating my children's program was so important for me. I led those programs. I brought it into the school district I was working at, and people use the program all over the United States, is from my understanding. And it's very, it's interpersonal, and it helps kids to feel their own sense of uniqueness, and to have compassion, and to have respect, and all those great character traits, and also to start to learn about backstories. So what you see is not always what is. And when people are in power struggles and the bullying occurs, it's usually a lot of ego defensiveness. So that's on that subject of the children. Getting back to working with adults and working within the realm of communication to transform their relationship issues. It has truly, as I said, been an amazing passion of mine. It started when a neighbor was dating a gentleman, and she thought he just checked off on all the boxes and he was a great guy. But guess what? That passion chemistry thing just wasn't happening for her. And she was so disappointed and frustrated, because she really wanted to be in a committed relationship. She wanted to get married again. Her kids were just about grown. And so anyway, she goes, I'd love to keep him as a friend. And I said, great. Well, then, let him know. Don't lead him down a primrose path. She said, yeah, well, I'm not really good at that. And I think I'd probably end up hurting his feelings, and then I'd feel embarrassed. And she goes, I just can't sleep over this. He's such a sweet man. And I really don't want him out of my life. I just don't want to mislead him. So I said, well, then write him a note and just give it to him. I mean, this guy had sent her flowers that same day that she contacted me. So she writes this note, she shows it to me, and it was not the truth. It was the old, it's me, not you routine. I suck at relationships. I'm not ready for another relationship. No, was not the truth. And when we don't tell the truth, because the truth does set us free, guess what? That little story will follow you. How we transform out of old patterns is to really take a realistic look and switch our perception of what is true, or what is a deeper truth. And so anyway, so I wrote so when she showed me her note, I just said, no way, Jose. And I just tore it up, and I rewrote a new one for her. And she went, oh my God, this is amazing. And they retained their friendship, and things went very well. Next thing, she's asking me to write more letters and more letters for other occasions. And then people were calling me from out of state. And at one point, I just went, oh my gosh, this one lady had divorced her husband, and she had suffered a lot of domestic abuse, and finally got the gumption to leave. And she was still afraid of him. He was not a nice guy. And she even had a restraining order, but she didn't trust that he would somehow get around that. So she called me, and I literally wrote a short, not a letter, a note to the man. And she said, oh my God, you changed my life. I can sleep again. he did convey back to her in some way that although he would always love her, that she need not worry, that he resolved to permanently be out of her world. And that was in 2008. I started writing these letters in 2004. So, proof's in the pudding. It's been amazing, just absolutely amazing. So, yeah, so I help people that are single looking for love. I help people in committed relationships to heal. I help friendships. And I also help in situations where there's been a falling out. And is everything okay? I hear a little noise back there.
Oh no, we're good. We're good.
Okay.
We're good. We're good.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
so I wanted to get you on really quick. I put your websites up there, so we have it right underneath. And I also wanted to kind of like talk to you at least for another 5 minutes because we're running out of time. I wanted to talk to you, and I wanted to kind of get Emily back on because you and Emily have something in common here. So this is kind of cool. So Emily, you said that Kristen, you said that you went to the same kind of thing that Emily went to. Tell me about that real quick.
Okay, it was many years ago, like a zillion years ago, because Ho'oponopono has been around a long time. So if memory serves, it was actually kind of a sacred mantra, if you will, that had been not revealed to the general public. And somehow or another, someone, and again, forgive me, and Emily, you can correct me, feel free, but it seems like, where they used to have those ceremonies and volcanoes on Hawaii and stuff, that there was something that happened around that, and this mantra was revealed. So again, I don't want to be held to it, but that's what I recall. And the Ho'oponopono is, what's lovely about it is it's simple. And once you get those sentences, you don't forget them. But again, you don't have to, you kind of, I believe we have to get out of our mind and into our heart, our higher heart. And so if we're thinking, did I say that right? Or did what come? No, just it'll come to you. It'll be a natural sort of a prayer, an evocation, but it's more than that. It's a message. You're declaring it. You're absolutely declaring it. And what we say is really very important. That's why we do have to watch our words, I believe, because every word does carry frequencies. And having said that, I'll just say one of the most fun things I've done, and I know we just have a couple minutes, during COVID was because I started with the kids program and I started speaking around the United States. And I thought on the scary meter, what's scarier than getting up in front of people? And I went, oh my God, it could be bungee cord jumping or skydiving. But oh, wait, I know singing. And so I joined an R&B band. And the band leader had a little girl in Nashville who was 6 years old, who had a very serious illness. And I wake up one morning and in my neurotic meanderings, I'm thinking of this little girl. And I'm thinking, oh my gosh, I know she's going to transition, but why would her parents name her Patience? And then had to go through this ordeal. Is that strange or what? So I start writing this poem because I write poetry as well. And then in the middle of it, I jump out of bed and I go, my kingdom, for a pen. And I wrote my first song. It was like a freight train coming down the tracks. I didn't have a chance to think. I just downloaded this song. And I called the band leader and he goes, damn it, we're putting that to music. And so when that happened, Yaya, Emily, it was like I was granted a wish. I was granted entrance into the world of song and lyric. So I wrote 10 songs. I go to Vegas to a mastermind. I'm in Liberace's mansion and I meet this singer-songwriter. And I said, wow, I love your life. You get to sing songs and write songs. I've written some songs. She goes, give me some lyrics. I gave her the lyrics of a couple songs. She put me in touch with these amazing musicians. They were the front band for Coldplay, Pink, Bon Jovi, Rod Stewart, and Journey. And they're from Australia. And they contacted me. We interviewed, and they said, we love your lyrics so much. We want to produce every single song you've ever written. And then they had me sing for them on a Zoom call. I'm not kidding. And recorded me, and they said, okay, you're like a female Elvis. We don't want anybody else to sing your songs but you. So you can only imagine at this, juncture in life, after having all these careers and blah, blah, raising a daughter, to create my first album, which is Love Letters, by my stage name. I'm a Christine Rose. And I thought that sounds like a therapist. So Tina Rose. I'm a Christine Rose Grant. So I thought Tina Rose is a good music. So that's my Tina Rose. And I'm on all the platforms. If you go to tinarosemusic.com, I think you can get a free download of one of the songs. But they're all about relationships.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for being on the show. Both of you have such great, things in common. Sorry about my dog. He barks at everything. So
He's singing.
Yeah. So I want to thank you both. Thank you so much. Yeah, the whole thing is just to move forward in life and to prosper and to have your past help your future. Basically, that's basically what we're trying to do here today. Thank you, ladies, so much. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Thank you, and I love you. I think that fit perfectly with what we're doing right now. All right, ladies. Thank you so much. Thank you, Emily. Thank you, Christine. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you. Love
All
you.
right.
Bye now.
Bye. Well, I want to thank you guys so much for tuning in. We've been here for a little while, and I want to go ahead and reiterate, you can tune in to yayadiamond.radio.com, yayadiamond.com. What if it all works out? Nothing to be afraid of. What if it does all work out? We learned that today. Don't forget about marketing and promotions with Adam Earhart. You can get his YouTube channel there. This is not a promotion. He did not pay me to promote him, and he doesn't know I'm doing this. So, yeah, that's how it goes. Okay. And then, of course, we have Face Everything and Rise Paper Bag by Kelsey Walker. She was on the show a little bit earlier today from thegreendesk.com. It's also a website, Living and Loving Your Way Through Grief.com, as well as Relationship. Okay. And you can go ahead and griefandhappiness.com and get into the retreat they're having, as well as christinegrant.com and the tinarosemusic.com. And I want to thank you guys all for coming on. And this is going to stay up. This is going to stay up because it needs to. And you know what? I am in love with all of my guests. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. And thank you guests for being here and making this possible today. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Thank you. And I love you. Yeah, I think that's going to fit everything from now on. Until next time, guys, don't forget to dare to be different. I'm going to go. I have to eat something, I think. Maybe I'm not hungry, but that's okay because I'm excited. I'm excited that we got through this. I'm excited that it's helping you. And I'm more excited to hear the results. Don't forget to dare to be different. And until next time, guys, bye.
I dare to be different. I dare.